So let me just do a little test over here, okay? How many of you know about IOTA before you came today? Very few, okay? So in my summary of this, I did IOTA when we started Java, okay? So how many know Java? Yeah, well done, all right. So the whole idea was anytime, any place, anywhere. That was our whole mantra. And it was the network is the computer. This is well before Google was created. That was the vision. The network is the computer, meaning why do you care how it's plugged in, what it's plugged into? You just need information no matter where you are. You could be on a phone, you could be in a refrigerator, you could be on a microwave, you could be in a car, you could be anywhere. Okay, so that was the whole idea and the vision. We saw IOTA, and I haven't got this mic, but I'll show you, into a card. Okay, so the card had a chip in it, a Java chip, and with that we went around everywhere in the campus to plug into the computer. It would come on. You opened the doors, you paid your money, you went in areas and computer data centers, you went into areas you were allowed, areas you weren't allowed. You put it in the car, so we even had a car with a monitor. It will give you these things. That's when IOTA really got created. So what Sergey has mentioned over here was some of the technicalities of it, nothing to do with blockchain or smart contracts, but it's a device. So roll on 25 years, what's happened with IOTA now, in my view, is why do we care in a connected world whether it's a block or a smart contract or anything? You should have any device, be it on a refrigerator. How many people seen that Corning advert? You know, there's a Corning glass advert where the man walks up, his coffee is made, his orange juice is nicely squeezed, he comes in, he looks at his daily news. All these are IOTA-based devices. It knows that no matter where you are going, it follows your profile right the way through to doing transactions if you need to buy something from Amazon or something, and you would know from the delivery system where the process of your delivery of receiving, I don't know, cattle or an iron or whatever it may be, because I'm moving a house just now, to the second, okay? Let me give you another example of IOTA in, I don't know, agrotech, okay? Agrotech. Those of you who know what agrotech is, agricultural technology, okay? So a lot of people are now involved in organic and good living and want to know that is their product, what they are eating, organic or not. And lots of fakes in the market, right? And no one knows how to differentiate one from the other. So what happens is now there is a seed to shelf blockchain-based applications where using IOTA-based technology, put right down in the ground, you look at the sunshine levels, how much water you've put in, what kind of minerals are put in, what kind of nutrients are put into that seed whilst it's germinating and growing to the life of whatever it is, fruit, vegetable, plant, whatever, marijuana, whatever it is, right? And these things then get tracked, again, with IOTA devices from packing, distribution, conditions of whether it needs refrigeration or not. All these are IOTA-based devices which collect that information and sends it to the app, so you know when you scan it on the counter shelf that the whole journey of that packet of whatever you've bought. Okay, that's a perfect example of IOTA in live action. All right, with that, thank you, Sergey. Let's have the panel. Where's Mohammed? Mohammed? We have a panel discussion. Mohammed's not here. What's happening? Is Muzamil here? Gosh. Do you want to catch Muzamil outside for us? Okay. As usual, Layla likes to heckle me in every event I go to. Have you got another microphone? I'm a professional heckler. Go for it.
Okay. Thank you. As you're really professional in what you do, and I'm always admiring your presentation, and always you're hosting blockchain internationally, and even now we say globally as it's virtual is open. And today, Dubai has become the hub of blockchain. Like today, we have 10 blockchain summit. Why, as an influencer, as a host, as speaker, why this blockchain, what commitment they're doing? Why they don't do one big, all of them together? Why each one is going pulling separately? I believe in unity is humanity, and with diversity we can make, like we done in Expo, 196 countries together. Why the blockchain today, they don't put themselves together? Why we have always to face new tokens coming, new scammers coming, new insecurity in the people? We don't know until now what is the technology. It's only name, but there is no education. People still not educated. So what it will be your advice? And thank you to Gulf Excellence for this event, allowing us to meet great people and great sponsors from all over the world, especially in Dubai. And Dubai is always the hub of business. Thank you again.
Thank you. Hello, testing. Okay, let's have some volume on here. Yeah, very good question. As usual, Leila gets right into the nub of things. Okay, so two questions in there. Why don't all the blockchain organizers get together and do one major event rather than, we were speaking, I had 4, I went to 6 yesterday, about 7 or 8 today. It's not possible for even the speakers to get around, so you've got to choose. And sometimes we just choose because we like the organizer or we have friends that we want to meet. And it's not logical how to split even the speakers' time. So if you look at it from that side. The next thing is, why not one event? I think it's life, okay? Life meaning competition, okay? So it's competition. There will always be organizers. If you were there, I think you were there a month ago, when I brought 5 organizers on stage, impromptu, all right? I said, why don't you all come over? We'll do a little fireside chat. And I said, why don't we do one big one in Pepsi-Cola, for example? Were you there? Yeah? You were there, right. Well done. So, in principle, everyone would love to do one of these. And so I'm going to champion that for sure. But what happens is, organizers say, hang on, this is my set of sponsors. These are my speakers. And you get that tree-hugging behavior. And it's inappropriate to speak about it here today, but what you get is that tree-hugging thing. It's my sponsor, it's my event, I want to keep the profit from it, or I want to build my network, I want to build my database for ongoing selling. So that's one reason why one big event doesn't happen. However, if you remember, what I also said to all of them was, look, you could have one mega hall, whoever brings them can share those profits. And then you have one profit model, and if it was a Pepsi-Cola type of event, or World Trade Center type of event, why not? Because the whole thing about blockchain is about community and open source and change, all right? So the whole thing about that is disrupt status quo. So that's what we're doing to disrupt status quo. So it will happen. Believe me, I will make that happen in Dubai. Okay? I'm glad you are. And by the way, I called it unity as well, if you were there, right? I called it unity. All right. Your second question was on education. I'm fully for that. A lot of people come in, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes they can't even do the blah, blah, blah properly. So please, I know Mohammed is coming on next. Mohammed, come on down. And this is a good cue for you as well. Okay? So we need to educate, all right? Let's keep it lively, keep it upbeat, with some passion. Okay? With some passion, and also to try and educate people rather than death by PowerPoint. Okay? So I hate death by PowerPoint, by the way. All right. Mohammed, great to see you. Okay, there is a microphone. Do we need, we need a couple of microphones for them. All right, okay, great. Let me go. Adrian, I haven't seen Adrian this morning. Where is Adrian? Yeah, I haven't seen him. Okay, Adrian. Andreas from USwap. Is Andreas here? Talal? Okay, come on down. Talal from Jibril Network, right? John Robert from Crypto Academy. Is John Robert here? Yes. Come on down. Oh, yeah, I thought so. I saw you earlier. And James. Is James here? Is James here? Oh, my God, three no-shows. Okay, sit down. I mean, I can sit down if you want. Fill up the spaces if you want. No, there's no one around, look. James. Okay. There's James. Just fill up one more. Just put another chair because there's two missing.
Put another chair.
In the spotlight. Yes, speaker to audience ratio isn't. Yeah, yesterday was more. Yesterday was more. Yeah. 14:15, I've got another session.
All right. Let's get it rolling. I can fill in any slot, no problem. All right. Georgie, coffee. I'll get my coffee. Georgie's sitting there. Oh no, she's sitting with us. Okay, who's sitting at the back over there? Guys, don't be shy. Sergey, bring your table to the front, please. Don't be shy. Sergey, bring your table to the front. Come and sit around here. Don't be shy. I know you're shy on the stage, but don't be shy over here. All right. Come on down. Come on down. Guys, try and move forward a little bit because it looks empty for that table there. Guys, move forward. You're sitting alone. I know you're trying to work. You can work on this side as well. All right. Gonna move forward, please, sir? Yeah, move on forward a bit. Don't be shy. Mingle in. The idea of today is not only just listening to lots of blah, 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 but try and meet at least 3 or 4 new people that you haven't met before. Try and utilize that time. You'll never know who you meet. You never know who's doing what until you make that effort. There's always a collaboration to be made. Don't think your product is the best and you can't talk to a competitor. I don't believe in that competition. If you want to grow, you grow together. You know, so try and find a collaborative way of working. The unity thing I also mentioned, all right? Okay, we got to start. Take your seats as forward as possible. Thank you.
All right, Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed Salman. All right, once more. My name is Mohammed Salman and good morning and Assalamu alaikum to everyone. I'm the chief mate of InvoiceMate. It's the invoice management system powered by blockchain and AI. And I'm the head of the BSV hub here in Middle East and South Asia. So today we'll be discussing about DeFi, the trends, and of course the challenges, and for sure where it's heading in 2022 and beyond. So with me, there are 4 distinguished panelists, and I would be happy to ask them what's their story, why they are daring for the DeFi. In fact, I'll be starting with someone who is doing a CeFi project. We'll come to that later as well. So starting with Talal.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Talal Tabba. I'm the co-founder.
Yeah, it's...
Don't worry, I should be loud enough for this room. My name is Talal Tabba. I'm the co-founder of Jibril. We're a company that builds decentralized financial applications. Our most recent product is called Tranche Finance. It's basically structured products for Ethereum. And I'm also the co-founder of CoinMina, which is a regulated cryptocurrency exchange under the Central Bank of Bahrain. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Talal.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm from the Netherlands. My name is Jan-Robert Schutte, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of Crypto Academy. And my background is in centralized finance. I've been a market maker and trader in options and futures before. And later on in 2017, I moved into the crypto space because I saw many opportunities in the cryptos. And since then, I grow the community up to 3,000 plus in the Netherlands with crypto traders, dedicated crypto traders. And I'm also indirectly linked to a community of 70,000 plus hardcore investors in shares. And I try those to tap on those people who are investors in the traditional economy, also to bring them over to the crypto space.
Thank you, Jan. And please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josipa. I'm the co-founder of Revuto. We're an active subscription management company, which means that we issue virtual debit cards in order to allow you to manage the seasonality of your subscriptions. We also done a recent ICO, the first one ever on Cardano, and we have a sign-up that's 3 million users with 200 that are active already. So we're one of the biggest builder communities. Cardano, we also have our own venture fund, which is investing in pre-ICO companies on Cardano.
Right, bro.
Yeah, hi. My name is Drew Patel.
So I've founded numerous companies, but let's keep it relevant to blockchain. And also did futures and options about 3 odd years ago, and within 1 year we did $1 billion trading volume, which was fantastic 3 years ago. And I've done 2 wallets, 2 other exchanges as well. And the latest project I have for the last 2 years as well is my tokenized capital, which is
A game changer in terms of bringing exchanges, wallets, and the whole of tokenization of any asset that you want, together with the Wealth Tech Fund that we just raised in a private round for over $1 billion.
Great. And once more, I move to Talal now. Talal, you are running a CX, and I would like to know, first of all, from you, and I'll be asking this question to everyone, can CeFi and DeFi coexist?
Well, I think that, in my opinion, isn't something that will definitely happen. CeFi and DeFi will exist. Basically, the user experience for decentralized financial applications is still not ideal. I don't know, can I see a show of hands here? Who has actually used DeFi products? Okay, so right about 50% of the room. If I ask how many of you have used centralized exchanges, I'm quite confident that the answer will be significantly more. Because people like to log in with their username and don't necessarily want to manage their own private keys. Similarly, if you think of email in the 90s, you had to put significantly more effort to send out an email when it first came out. Now you just open your iPhone and you can basically contact anyone you want. So I guess user experience in centralized applications is still significantly better. But we have to remember that we're still very early in it. About 2.5% of the world use or have used crypto. That's the same percentage of users that used the internet in 1998. So for us, we're focused on maximizing that, whether it's CeFi, DeFi. For me, that doesn't really matter because a rising tide lifts all ships. Centralized and decentralized exchanges, both of them will benefit from additional people getting into crypto. Probably 10, 20 years down the line, everything will be more or less decentralized. At least that's my take. But as a crypto founder, you need to build to solve problems of today with an eye to the future. Basically, decentralized financial applications applications today are more expensive, they aren't as secure, but just like any new technology, it will evolve as people mess up and fail, and then after that people learn and you're able to kind of refine your products. Like, just think of Uniswap. Uniswap is the most successful decentralized exchange with no one even comes close. But when Uniswap first started, they did face a lot of issues. But now, slowly but surely, you can use your hardware with Uniswap. That wasn't possible a couple of years ago. So slowly but surely, we'll see infrastructure move from centralized to decentralized, but it won't happen instantly.
So we are seeing CoinMina TX when?
I mean, CoinMina is a regulated exchange by the Central Bank of Bahrain, so my ambitions, or the company's ambitions, I'd rather say, need to match the regulatory requirements. So if it was up to me, we would have a coin for the exchange, we'd plug into all sorts of decentralized financial applications. But again, being fully regulated has its upsides, and it also has some disadvantages when it comes to innovation, but you can't have it all.
Yeah, of course. So Jan, you are an educator, Crypto Academy. So how do you see the existence of DeFi in the CeFi world?
Yeah, not only I'm an educator, I'm a trader myself, and all the trades I'm doing, people can copy it clear. You know that there are many pump and dump schemes. I don't do that. I have my own portfolios. I will show at 14, 15 also how I do that. And the thing is that it's not really about CeFi, DeFi at this moment for the real use case for investors. I'm taking an angle from an investor space. I've contacted with more than 70,000 traders, investors. They say, okay, I want to trade in crypto. But the first step is go from the centralized exchange for a stock market, go to, for instance, Binance or other exchanges. And that is, for some people, too much. So that is the first hurdle for me. And the thing is that what is very frustrating when I see a nice coin, a baby cake, for instance, I want to buy. Binance, not possible. So you have to buy it on Uniswap or other decentralized exchange. So if you see opportunities, you want to trade on the coins, and I'm for liberty. I want to trade whatever I want, where I want. But the thing is that not every coin is on every exchange or decentralized exchange. I think it will take time that these areas, these decentralized, centralized exchanges will not merge, but they will come closer. Take at least 20 years, I agree with you, and that the central exchanges or the decentralized exchanges will be that far like the central exchanges. The trader with one login, okay, you can go to Binance and to trade. How I see these two DEXs and SEXs together, I think they can coexist together, but I think the tech guys from the decentralized exchanges should or hire me maybe, but or other experts also for the user experience, and then they can take a leap giant forward, in my opinion.
All right, we move to the lady, and you tell us in your region, what's the situation of DeFi now? How it is getting adopted? Are it still of course, CeFi must be having more adoption, but how things are with the DeFi in your region?
Absolutely. So just for context, we're based out of Croatia and Estonia, so we operate in the European Union.
So it's two ends of the Europe.
Yes, yes, exactly. It's the two hedges. So it's an interesting play. I would echo everything that my colleagues on the panel said, which is there's definitely traces of coexistence of both CeFi and DeFi. You can definitely see along the user adoption curve some of the people who are newcomers. Because of the user experience, because of the clarity, CeFi products are preferred. But really, and we see this in our user base as well, the more you go towards younger generations, so Gen Z, people who are born with these types of products, the more they're open for both new experiences, but also slightly even edgier products with a higher risk profile and risk appetite. So they're really the ones, if we talk about Europe, Gen Z is really driving the, let's say, mainstream adoption of DeFi products, along with, obviously, early adopters in general of tech who are already familiarized with the space. So I would say that that's kind of the demographic or the user split that we see around Europe.
Thank you for bringing some triggers as well for the DeFi. Maru, you just mentioned in your intro that you are one of the team members who brought the first DX in the world. Tell us about that experience and what's happening in that DX now.
Yeah, so first, thank you guys. I want to contradict a little bit over here because make it a little bit more livelier, right? Because otherwise it's whatever, all right? So first and foremost, yes, I agree there'll be some sort of consolidation of DeFi, CX, DEX, etc. My experience with distributed exchanges and also what we did 3-4 years ago, a lot of people forget passwords, one. A lot of people, 99% of the people really don't know how to do that cut, paste, long strings, hashes, browsers, all of that. We are very, very, very guilty of making things complicated for mass adoption. So we make it too complicated. We don't keep it simple, 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 simple. That is why it hasn't taken off like it really should, okay? So we abandoned that project, and what I've had the vision for 3 years now, which we are building, is not DeFi or not DEX or SEX. I call it P5, PE5, person-to-person finance, all right? And that's where it's actually going, person-to-person, everything. So why do you care whether it's a DEX, SEX, whatever, BEX, whatever it is? Why do you care? The other contradiction is baby boomers, millenniums, Gen Zs, all of that. Jesus, I'm through all of those generations at my age, right? I don't think it's anything about who is driving, whether it's Gen A, B, C, baby boomers or whatever. It's about keeping things simple and making life easy and giving people what they want. So make it simple, cut their cost, make it instant, make money for people, cut the middleman, all the basic stuff that blockchain is all about. So when we in the blockchain space try and complicate things for the audience, okay, this audience is an educated audience, and that's why they are here. But 99.99% is where we need to go. So what was saying earlier was in 10 years or 15, 20 years, we might see a DEX community. No, we can see a DEX community today if implemented properly without caring whether it's a DEX, SEX or whatever. So that's where people need to move to if you want to make a major impact.
Right. So we move on to the peer-to-peer, but when, let me clear here, peer-to-peer is not person-to-person only. It can be institution-to-institution as well, without the help of the intermediaries or lesser intermediaries in some cases. Talal.
Just one, I agree with Mr. Patel's points, but I just wanted to share my thoughts on why we're seeing this centralized dominance over decentralized exchanges. Whenever a new technology comes out, it tries to use infrastructure that was placed by the technology before it. So let's think of the internet. Right? Today, everyone has fiber optics, everyone has fast internet. But if you rewind 20 years ago, we used to use telephone lines to move the internet around. Why is that? Because everyone had landlines. So this concept is called technology infrastructure inversion. When cars first came out, they used to drive on roads that were built for horses. And then when we realized cars are important enough, we created the highways we have today. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make here is today everyone has a bank account, or not everyone. Some people have bank accounts and debit cards, which is why you see centralized exchanges connecting with banks. 10 years down the line, or 5 years, or 3 years, no one really can estimate. Crypto will be so important that we will skip the banking infrastructure and it will be purely done on chain. So yeah, the point is crypto is using infrastructure that was put in place by banks and financial institutions. And then down the line, we're going to see that being scrapped and we move to a fully on-chain world.
Thank you very much for this analogy, especially when you can relate it with the horses. Oh, sorry, yours used by horses were initially used by the cars itself. So it's a nice analogy. And you mentioned about the financial institutions as well. And that's where I want everyone to go there. Like, what is the adoption of DeFi in institution, the financial institutions adoption? What is the maturity level there?
Okay, so institutions usually like to understand the risks involved. Us as individuals, we can risk our own money because we are at the end of the day liable for it, whereas institutions usually have shareholders and fiduciary duties that don't allow them to take the same risks we do. So one of the things that's quite interesting in DeFi is it's very hard to quantify smart contract risk. We have one of the best DeFi auditors in the world in this room, Hakan. And I'm sure they'll be able to tell you that it's impossible to basically say this is 100% secure. We still operate in an industry where
no one can say about technology. It of course has its own challenges.
That's even more so in smart contracts. Like for an e-commerce website, you can cover it to some reasonable extent, whereas in smart contracts, it's still the wild, wild west. However, there's been solutions that solve the custody piece. So I don't know if you've heard of Anchorage in the US. Anchorage is one of the firms that allows you to essentially ensure that the custody part is done right, and then access to DeFi is done through them. So slowly but surely, we'll start to see DeFi products packaged in ways that allow traditional institutions to invest. So for example, today, if I'm an external asset manager and I have a mandate to manage someone's money, most likely it includes a clause that says I can only invest in bankable assets. That means assets that have ISIN numbers, International Security Registration Number, or identification number. So slowly but surely, we'll see DeFi products packaged in that sense.
Right. Yeah, and your take on financial institutions adopting the DeFi?
Yeah, I was talking with some institutional investors in the Netherlands, and they said 2 or 3 years ago, Robert, cryptos, it ain't going to happen. I'm not going to invest, or I want to invest, but my client's not. And these guys are big investors, also tied to BlackRock and these kind of investors. But now, ironically, several months ago, when the Bitcoin was hitting 60K, this guy was coming up again. Hey, are you still in the crypto space? I said yes. And I noticed that his clients are moving a little bit more forward to get into the crypto space. And so I think the adoption rate from the institutional level is a little bit increasing, but it's not going. They want to play, but they cannot, maybe also not because of regulators, because they're tied to many regulations. But still slowly they are coming. And maybe I can put another question as well. Who of you is tied to regulators at this moment? Are there guys from oversight, for instance? Because I think also for the development of the crypto market, I think the biggest hurdle is legacy. Because who is in charge now? Banks, big institutions, Wall Street, they are protecting themselves. And of course, they want to have the piece of the cake. Jamie Dimon also of JP Morgan said Bitcoin is a scam, still says. But in the meantime, institutional investors want to get on board. Okay, we can make money, so I will do that. These big institutions are being regulated by SEC, other oversight institutions. And guess what? They're being financed, the oversight institutions, and they're putting hurdles. And so the crypto market is emerging. It will go higher and higher, but when it will fully emerge, I'm not sure. But then my other question is, the second one, how on earth do you regulate decentralized exchanges, for instance? And that is a big issue. I'm now wondering how the authorities are handling this. It's very interesting.
Regulations in DeFi, contradictory or aligned?
For me? Yeah, so I mean, Regulation is, I would absolutely agree, along with the legacy, one of the biggest hurdles. And the problem here really is just lack of clarity for the builders and the entrepreneurs everywhere around the world. So what's happening and what Europe is seeing, especially some of the smaller European countries, and I think Estonia and Lithuania are perfect examples of this, is that we're seeing incredibly powerful US companies getting squeezed out because of the SEC regulation. And they're coming to Europe and saying, you guys at least have some sort of regulatory sandbox. Let's fund certain initiatives that are either illegal already in our country or are kind of, they're becoming increasingly dangerous to do. And let's try to fund them and build them in Europe. And what this is creating is really, on one side, it's an incredible advantage for some of the smaller countries that may have a flexible regulatory framework, but also it's an incredibly dangerous situation where you just don't have a clue as a regulator, as a builder, what's happening. I think it's really impressive that yesterday and today, there are two exchanges that are regulated by the Central Bank of Bahrain. I think that's an incredibly powerful signal to the market that that sort of things is happening. And I think on the regulation side, what certain governments are increasingly watching for are positive precedents from other countries of how things can be done and what are some of the, let's say, progressive regulations they can adopt. Because the classical thing here is, us as entrepreneurs, we don't want to be in the dark. We want to be regulated, but we want clarity and transparency while doing it so that we know exactly what can and cannot be done. But doing that even for CeFi was challenging, but doing that for DeFi is almost too big of a puzzle for the regulators. They have to be educated as well, and we're still in the early innings.
Right.
Can I just add to that?
For sure. Adrian, we'll let you breathe.
Let him breathe.
Yeah.
He's sweating.
He's sweating, and I'll just finish.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
I was
afternoon.
like after a concert today, so I was crushed because I tried to over-deliver, so I'm happy that I was able to get here. Don't worry about my sweat. I'm not a comfortable person, so even if I crawl, I honor my commitments. This is what I'm doing.
All right. So
Do you want me to add something to
Let me
panel?
finish this, and then Adrian, you just do your whole bit in one session. In one session. Do it in one session. On the regulation side, so I have, again, a different view on regs. If you look back, why are regs done? The main thing governments look at is two big things, really, is the KYC AML related things, whether it's in Estonia, Lithuania, Switzerland, Malta, wherever you are, and I've got two exchanges there as well. The only worry mainly they have is about using the funds to do money laundering for taxation related things, obvious, and two is terrorist related funding, to be blunt, okay? So my view is, if you are doing the right product and you're an innovator, there will never be a regulation, all right? I remember when mobiles were created, when I was at Siemens and GEC doing Nokias and Motorola phones. I remember when .com was created, we were trying to get regs, and we said, you know what? Beep with the regs. If you want to innovate, you gotta go there and let the regulations be formed around it. Otherwise, you will never be an innovator. So if you want to be an entrepreneur who's going to innovate, just go for it, as long as you're doing the right things, i.e. not funding the dark side or not having the really bad actors in your system. And the third thing, and I was talking yesterday as well, think why regs also happen, okay? Governments, banks, especially in the subject we're talking about, DeFi, CeFi, exchanges, things like that, their jobs are being threatened, what we are doing. Banks are being threatened, government regulatory departments are threatened. If you look at the recent ongoing case with XRP, the famous one with the SEC, it's people's jobs and livelihood, which is also the hidden agenda. So us as entrepreneurs and innovators should be cognizant that there will be government people and banks and the big cartels trying to stop us. So do the right thing and let the regs come to it, but don't do silly things which are pretty obvious whilst you're building your platforms. I think Adrian needs to now settle in. Okay, I'll get off. We've got all of them in now. Okay, we got only 3-4 minutes though, guys. 3-4 minutes. Yeah?
10 minutes, we will finish. Right.
Okay. So to add an idea to the panel, as an entrepreneur, you always have a choice to use your intelligence for good things or for bad things. It's a choice. You have to do it consciously, depending on the medium around you. But when you are building, when you are especially in a new market, or when you are dealing with a new asset class, you are pushing somehow the boundaries of what it was done until that moment. One of the projects I'm working with for about 5 years, it was started in early 2017, is CloudCoin. It's based on radar technologies patented in US, but it's a post-blockchain technology. It's something different than all the other coins in the market. So all the time we have to face resistance, and it's okay. Regulation is good because we'll eliminate slowly the bad players, the ones looking for shortcuts to obtain things which shouldn't be obtained by them, and it's okay. Once you push the boundaries, sooner or later you will have to have meetings and discussions with regulators, and even your business to be regulated, or think about what Uber is doing in other countries, or Airbnb. They've invented new markets actually. So regulations is a very good thing. And even with the state authorities, there is always a way to learn new things. And let's not forget that we are blessed to have this event in a country where the government is second to none. I don't even want to make comparisons with other governments, and as a person, I avoid all the time making critiques about authorities. It's not my job to do that. My job is, if I can see a way to be done better, to knock on the proper door and to say, okay, this is my idea, this is something which can be done better, and that's it. Because it's not constructive, and as long as you are keeping yourself on the ethical side, and you are working like crazy in that direction, things will fall into place one way or the other. So regulation is a very good thing.
Right. So Andreas, first of all, I would like to welcome you, and also if you like to add some about you. Most importantly, I would like to ask you the question that you are bringing a different flavor. We have one founder from the CX, and you are the founder from the DX. So we'd like to know what prompted you to form a DX.
Okay, so thank you so much. So first and foremost, apologies for being a little bit late, and I'm so happy to be here. Now, so between a CX and a DEX, is that or why we chose to go with a DEX? Well, we wanted to have a decentralized platform.
And let me add, it's USWAP. For everyone, it's USWAP. The name of your DX also?
The name of my platform is USWAP, and we're built onto the Tron blockchain. So that is an AMM, an automatic market maker, also called a DEX, or a decentralized exchange.
Right. So what prompted you? You were saying that why you came up with the USWAP as a DX, not as a CX?
Well, mainly because of the decentralization of it. We wanted to have, now the decentralized exchange allows the users to be the one who actually provides liquidity, and allows the users to be the one who earns the revenue from it. For example, the swap fee, there's a 0.3% swap fee, which is pretty general on all DEXs. This goes back out to the liquidity providers. It can be a difference from DEX to DEX, but on USWAP currently, it's the 0.3% fee is shared among all liquidity providers. So it gives the users the opportunity to actually benefit from what they already have. They are putting their assets to use instead of them just sitting. They can put them into a DEX, so they can actually use earn swap fees, as well as they can do yield farming and accumulate more tokens in that way.
Great. So we'll now come to our last question, and it is the same for everyone here. Been in the space for last 5 years, building blockchain. So I've seen a lot of seasonal trends coming into the blockchain ecosystem, starting from the ICOs, then STOs, and God knows AYC COs. Then came the flavor of DeFi. Now it's the time, the hype round is with the NFTs. Are you guys like seeing NFTs as a seasonal trend, or will there be a place for NFTs, DeFi in a proper adoption starting 2022 and onwards? We start with you.
Sure. I mean, I think if we talk about all of these trends, there's a way to do it properly and there's a way to do it like a fad. I think everyone as a user and as a builder knows the difference quite well. The fundamental value of NFTs is real and it's here. But there are many free riders that are just riding the wave and really not doing much of value and just trying to skim the market for the hype. But I think that's a common thing, and everyone who's in crypto and DeFi in general is quite accommodated with that phenomenon. So I would say that the good part of the NFTs is here to stay. The hype, as with all of these fads, will at some point fade away, but the good stuff will remain.
Well, you mentioned about the principal fundamentals of all these. In fact, all of these, even the ICOs and onwards, they all had very strong fundamentals and use case, but most of them have been abused. So anyways, Robert.
Yeah, the thing is that NFTs are in principle good tokens and non-fungible tokens, that if you as a creator of unique content that you can monetize it, and it gives the ability to give good artists the possibility to monetize on their skills. But the thing, I don't have anything with NFTs, although I respect this asset category, is that I see many the things that stupid drawings, and they put it in an NFT and they sell it for millions. Okay, it is like the free market, the people can pay whatever they want. For me as an investor, it has not really a place, because it's too much what the fool is giving a price for it. I'm more the trader for investing, and I want to be liquid when I want to sell it. There is an open market, even if it's on a decentralized exchange, then you can sell it for the real price. But NFTs, definitely there's an asset class and there's demand for it. But be careful if you are investing in it. My advice would be only invest in the NFTs only for a small portion of your portfolio.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So if you look at the Gartner hype cycle, basically new concepts explode, people get overexcited, then it crashes, and then you slowly but surely see logical growth. So if you looked at Aave, for example, Aave was part of the ICO boom, right? Part of the ICO bubble. It crashed just like everything else in the ICOs, and now Aave is one of the most advanced money markets in the world of crypto. So similarly, we'll see the same in NFTs. I share the same experience as Picasso painting if I saw it, and I wouldn't be able to value it in the real world and in the crypto world. Right? Like I'm not an art guy, but some people are, and crypto will have many different use cases across art, finance, health, you name it, it'll be there. But in my opinion, NFTs was the hype the past year, I guess. What I'm looking forward to the most is DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, and I do think that that is going to be one of the most exciting use cases of crypto, because if we go back and think of financial innovations, the East Indies Dutch company created the concept of shares, the concept of equity. That was a revolutionary thing, because now shareholders, that had a big impact on the world. DAOs is going to have a big impact on creating on-chain organizations. And I'll stop there, I guess. Thank you.
Yes, you built up on DAO, and I think you are perfectly building up for Adrian. Adrian, short and brief on DAO. Is it the next hype round?
I think so.
Adrian.
When talking about NFTs, first, it's a great way for artists to monetize their work. And it was a lifesaver for many artists during the pandemic world. Also, because we'll have later a session about how to start and develop your crypto portfolio, and we'll talk about NFT, or about that. So
Right.
proceed with caution and look at NFAs.
And Andreas, please quickly on NFTs and what's the future for the DeFi for you?
Well, absolutely. So for me, I see a lot of potential in NFTs. Definitely, where we are today is not where we want to be. We have the punks, we have the apes, and there's a lot of focus on this, which I don't think should be. Personally, I think NFTs should be used for more high-end art. It can also be used, and it will be used to monetize and authenticate shares and equity in real-world life, real-world assets, commodities. There's so many use cases, and we're just scratching the surface with NFTs. And right now it's all about art and music, short video clips, but there is so much more coming. So during 2022, I think we will see a lot happening in the NFT space.
Thank you very much all, and we'll wrap up here. Looking forward to see a lot of DeFi, NFTs, and DAOs in 2022 and onwards. Thank you once again. A lot of applause for my panelists.
Some of you guys, photographs, please. All right, thank you, thank you. Okay, before we get into the next session, could I just invite Layla on stage, please, my partner in crime? I don't know whether I'm following her, she's following me in every event. Okay, Layla. Guys, don't run away. We have some awards to give. Andreas,
Mohammed,
Jan, Talal, Sergey, and Mohammed. Okay? Mohammed, Sergey, Talal, Jan, and Andreas, please come on the stage and pick up your awards. Guys, okay, who have we got first? Andreas. Where is he? Okay, Jan, I see Jan. Andreas, who is that? Andreas, I saw Andreas earlier. Oh, there you go. Hold on, mate.
so like always, great performance.
Well done, well done.
Look at it. Good job, Lazzy.
Okay, next. Jan, where is Jan? Oh, skip now. Come on through.
Thank you. It was nice always. This is for you.
Okay, great. Talal? Talal? I saw him earlier. There you go. Come on. Oh, I like that jump on the stage.
Especially personal relations.
Well done, Talal. Great bit of talk, by the way, as well. Well done. Sergey?
The last and not least. Как дела? Хорошо?
And for the infamous Mohammed.
He just landed today, and you will catch me in the next panel. You will catch me in next panel. Nice, thank you. See you.
Okay, thank you. Let's run on. We're running slightly late. We'll try and catch up. Where's my book gone?
Thank you so much.
Can I have my book, please? Are you guys coming back? Book. Okay. Oh, it's my friend Nils. Where's Nils? I saw him earlier. Ah, well done. Okay, without further ado, let's rattle this round. I'd like to introduce my friend Nils over here. Nils, come on down. Have you got slides or something?
I do.
Okay, where's your clicker? Get set. Here's the clicker.
Okay.
His slides ready? You want this one? Yeah. You got 20. Can you do it in 15 and do some? I can. Okay. Settle down. Settle down. Settle down. These mics are sensitive. Settle down. Thank you, Layla. Thank you. Settle down. Okay. Right, Nils, over to you.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Niels Taran Ortiz. I'm an educated lawyer. I worked 7 years in diplomacy before I entered the field of entrepreneurship 22 years ago. I'm also an active reserve officer in the Air Force. But today I will speak about Paypolitan and the solution we built. It's a payment solution that is PSD2 compliant. Basically, it's a payment tool for traditional payments, not only crypto, but IBAN, so money transactions, secured by blockchain. We are the first operator doing this, and I will walk you through now 50 minutes and I will tell you how that will work. So it's an app that is already available for free on Apple Store and Google Play. It's a mix, I would say, of MetaMask and Apple Pay. You can connect a wallet, but you also can connect your bank account. That is new. No one is doing this yet. If you don't have money, you can try to get an instant credit. So let's say you're a supermarket, you want to buy a laptop. It's $500, and you can decide, well, it's a bit too much for my bank account today, and I want to keep my cryptos, so why not signing up for an instant credit? And last but not least, users get a cashback of every dollar, every euro they spend, they get 0.5% back. Why do we do this? I echo a bit what Ambrose said before. I do not share exactly the same. Who of you have got children? How old are your children? So I ask you, what's their favorite toy? Yeah, the favorite one. So we have two children, they're teenagers. Their favorite toy is their smartphone. They're waking up with they try to go to bed with it, and it's only when we take it away they don't have that toy. So I echo what you say. Those kids, the millennials, they literally never separate from the cell phone. I see it also when I give conferences. I was teaching law school before. I have all those kids with the phone there, and they never stop. When I went to school, when I go to conference, I leave my phone in my jacket, and I can listen for 2 hours without the phone in the hand. So the millennials, they're perfectly our target group, but not exclusively. I'm turning 49 this week, so I'm at the limit of the target group, but I can promise with 50 I will still use my smartphone. And then came the PSD2 regulation. Did one of you ever heard about PSD2? So this stands for Payment Service Directive. It's a European directive, and actually there was an event in 2014 that triggered this PSD2 directive. What happened in 2014? An international event. You remember? In 2 weeks I'm speaking in Moscow, so I would have a different speech there. Crimea was invaded by Russia it was enacted, and what happened the next day? Hey, you're real in finance. The US, as a sanction, they deactivated all Russian PayPal accounts. 7.6 million PayPal accounts were deactivated. They also played a bit with Visa card and MasterCard. And 2 years ago, we were in discussion with a direct bank, a new coming direct bank here in the Emirates. And I learned that some years back, the UAE didn't comply with American requests of anti-terror financing. And what did the US do? They turned off all Visa cards in the Emirates. For a very short period of time, it was known only to the public there was a technical issue. But this was Uncle Sam showing how powerful Uncle Sam is. And in Brussels then, back, the people said, okay, actually this is a bit tricky. If the Americans control all payment systems, by the way, us in Europe, what do we have as independent payment systems? Do we still have an independent payment system in Europe? There was Eurocard. What happened with Eurocard? Well, it was bought by MasterCard. And we had in German-speaking countries, in the Netherlands too, I think, EC-Karte. What happened to that one, EC card? Easy, was bought by Visa card. So the final conclusion of the European think tank was there is no independent European payment tool. And this PSD2 directive is very simple. It allows fintechs to initiate transactions within the European Union from bank accounts, and this free of charge. Before 2018, when you were a payment provider or a processor, you had to go to the bank and said, please, I'm Pepolitan, let me in. And then the bank will tell me, who are you? I don't know you, I don't want you out. Or they'll say, okay, I'll let you in, but it's risky with you for whatever reason. You have to pay a 3% commission fee. With PSD2 now, the banks have to let us in. The keyword is open banking APIs. And secondly, it's free of charge. This is a good thing for us, bad thing for the bank, because the bank has all the liability. But to be honest, this was in 2018 until up of today. We have 1,200 APIs in the European Union. There are 6,200 banks, and basically 5 banks got together, they gathered around one API. There's no standard. But this is, of course, in purpose because they wanted to slow down this process. So, the market, it's roughly, Europe, we have 835 million people. Half of them are within the European Union. And we have almost the same number of debit cards or bank cards. And half of the population, more or less, has a credit card. And you know all that cryptocurrencies are getting very attractive, getting a real game changer. Facebook and Amazon are working on coins. Libra it started, Dime it might be. And a part of the crypto payments, we had a look, what can we do with traditional payments actually? Because this is actually the biggest market. When I presented first Pepolitan in April 2019 in Singapore at an event, I asked the audience, who of you bought their flight ticket with crypto? I'm asking the same question today. Who bought his ticket to come here to Dubai with crypto? See, one, you bought it? See, but it's good. Actually, it's the same answer in Singapore 1 year ago. Paying with crypto is still a niche market. So our focus is clearly on traditional transactions, so you pay from a bank account. So how does that work? I go to the supermarket. Either the merchant has a QR code, or with a smartphone, I hold it on the POS. There is a chip in there, the so-called NFC chip, and what is happening then? What is, by the way, the terminal, when you pay with a credit card, what is the terminal transmitting to your credit card? What is the terminal transmitting? It's very simple. The amount, let's say I'm Giant Supermarket, I want to have 15 euros, so Giant Supermarket 50 euros and the bank account number. This is the only information that is transmitted by the POS whenever you pay, and maybe a transaction ID. And what we do in this case is, with the app, you hold it there, and the app is checking your bank account. You can add one bank account, you can add 5 bank accounts. There's one always by default, or you select your bank account. And then we're checking if Andreas, for instance, is having 15 euros on his bank account. If so, it's validated and the transaction is stored as a smart contract in the blockchain. And the payment is initiated from your bank account and not from us. That makes it very easy, because if we would receive the funds, that's a totally different story. So technically, we are only a payment initiation service provider. So we initiate the payment, but we don't do it. The good thing is, whenever Andreas, he might say, Giant Supermarket, I never paid 15 euros. Please, I don't know which bank you're in Sweden, maybe SEB Bank, give me back my 15 euros. Then his bank has to give back the 15 euros first, because it's your bank. And this makes it also easy, the KYC AML procedures. All this is done by the bank, because we simply connect them. We're an aggregator. And if there's no money in the bank account, it's very simple. It's like when you have a debit card in the supermarket, you simply get a no from the bank, so there is also a no at the POS. Our solution is totally card-free, because we did this on purpose. We did not want to be liable or responsible or being packed like others in the past by a Visa card or MasterCard or whosoever. I don't know if you remember a company that is called 10X. You remember 10X? It was like an Austrian, Singaporean startup. They were, I think, among the first in 2017 who launched payments with Visa card. Andreas, listen carefully, because this might happen again. They used Wavecrest, it was a service provider, processing partner. And when Visa learned that actually behind 10X is not a bank account, but a crypto, there was in 2018, early 2018, January. I said, no, Visa card, we don't want to deal with crypto. And overnight, they deactivated 1 million Visa cards from Wavecrest. So all those 10X clients, you can still read it on the internet. The guys try to pay at the restaurant with their cryptos. They ended up in the kitchen doing the dishes in order to pay the bill. So we don't want those stories. So we're totally card-free. It's an independent solution. And that makes it better for the consumer also, because that means also lower commission fees for the merchants. Apart that, we also have, of course, the crypto part. We have an internal wallet, but basically users, I can say 90% are using connected wallets. So simply connect their wallets, and they can already do payments with cryptos. And we also have yield farming and staking. So far it's only with the internal wallet, but we work on a solution also to have this with connected wallets, because that is something that is asked. And of course, as we place ourselves rather as an aggregator, this is something we would like to offer very soon. So the product was launched this year in early April. It's a living target, so it's an ongoing. And the main goal, of course, is not having our own brand, but having a white label solution. So we recently agreed on a big deal with a mobile carrier. Mobile carriers are looking desperately for new sources of revenue. SMS is dead. Me, I'm using WhatsApp. I don't know, a part of my mom, I do not send any SMS anymore. And that's even there's the iPhone SMS, so they don't make any money on that either. And then for the minutes, I think every one of you has a package. You're paying your 10, 20, 30 euros or dollars a month, and that's it. So they're looking desperately for a new business model. And payment, of course, is something because Apple Pay, who's making the money with Apple Pay? Apple. The mobile carriers, they literally do not earn any cent of this. And that's not really a business model for them. We also have a token. The story was not always easy. We launched our token, we tried to launch it first in 2019, was a big failure. The market plunged, we didn't do it well. The team at that time was not on top. And then last summer we saw Uniswap and the DeFi sector coming up, and then we decided in September, hey, let's do an IDO. It was totally new to us, and we did it successfully on Uniswap. I also have another a company, a small venture fund called Polka Ventures. And with PayPolitan, we raised 2,500 Ether. At that time, the Ether in November, excuse me, was at $550. And I think we got the right momentum. Because then of course, we didn't have to use all those Ethers. And then suddenly we saw that it was climbing in our wallets. We simply saw the dollar amount. And that was fantastic, actually. The trading volume is around 4 million a day, which is still kind of decent. And myself, I'm a frequent speaker on those 4 American networks regarding crypto and blockchain topics. So, last but not least, why invest into a PayPolitan solution? I had a venture years back. It was a French answer of Craigslist. Do you know Craigslist? It's a handyman platform. Whenever you want to do renovation of your home, then you put it there, redo painting, 100 square meters, and then you get quotes from the handyman. So our platform was selling those leads to the handyman. The average was like $30. And then when we were in this field of leads selling, then I discovered the value of, hey, it's all black. Those guys from Visa, they work with all dirty tricks here. Then I discovered the value of financial insurance leads. I saw those numbers like 700, 800, and basically in order to have the acquisition cost per customer is almost the same. I can say it right now because we know how much we spent to gain a customer with PayPolitan was almost the same for the handyman platform. And recently Revolut, which is a UK-based new bank, along with N26, they made an increase of share capital, and they have right now a valuation of active customer of $2,700. And I'm not hiding, Corona, when Corona started, the pandemic, we first thought that's the end. We were 9 people beginning of 2020. In summer 2020, we were only 2 people left over. We fired everyone because we didn't see that we could afford, and we thought there was no business because at the beginning, you could not travel anymore and nothing, and even home office, no one was reachable because people left and no one rerouted the phone. And then we successfully made a turnaround in last fall. And I met Adrian here in June this year, and we were speaking about PayPolitan. At this time, we were 35 people already, and today we're 97 people. So it's a fast-growing company. We will reach profitability end of 2022. Which is a fair target. I've been writing a couple of business plans. I have already set up several businesses in the past, which I sold for multi-millions to Italian Yellow Pages and the other to Bertelsmann Group. So, and my partner is a long-term banker. He was director of the Bavarian State Bank. So I think we are a good complementary team. And whenever you have questions, feel free to ask me afterwards. Yeah, that's it already. Any questions? No more time for question. Here's one question.
All right, go. You can shut up, we'll hear you.
Yes, I got a question. How to use your application?
It's a very good question. He's asking if it's a hassle for a merchant to use our solution. He doesn't even know us. And we don't have to know the merchant. Because what we use is the classical system, the POS. Our system is simply responding with a POS. So as I said before, the POS is transmitting this, and we can read it out. So we don't have to make any deal, so it's plug and play. You download it, you go to the supermarket. Said that, the PSD2 part from the relations side, this will work only in spring 2022. So the IBAN payments you can do so far, end of the year, you can do it from bank account to bank account. But as a supermarket, that needs a little, because of course the banks, we are working with a partner who wants us to kill. I remember, Josipa, I was in Shift Money in Zagreb, one of the best payment conferences. And there was this director from a Raiffeisen bank. He was talking about PSD2. And then after the panel discussion, we had some beers, and then he was having a more open-minded talk and said, tell me, what do you really think about this? And he said, Niels, this is the biggest shit that happened in the past 30 years to us banks, because we have the full liability. You guys, you simply come in, and whenever something is going wrong, it's us who have to repair it. And that is partly true. And on the other side, they made a point because there is no standard imposed. So very good.
Thank you,
Very
Jan.
good. He already downloaded it here in 2 minutes, you see.
Well done, well done, well done.
Okay. Thank you very much for your attention.
Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Niels.
Thank you.
Okay, slight change. I'd like to invite Andreas, who is the CEO and co-founder of USwap. I saw him, well done, Andreas. Good friend from USwap. So this was supposed to be yesterday, but we're slotting it in now, all right? Welcome. Andreas, you got 15, 17 minutes. Is that enough for you, buddy?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well
Thank you
done,
so
well
much.
done. Go for it.
All right, so my name is Andreas Cartrid. Thank you all for being here. I am the CEO and the founder of the USwap decentralized exchange, and we are on a Tron blockchain. Now, I can imagine everyone here in this room has a wallet, right? Does everyone have a Tron wallet so you can interact with the Tron blockchain? No, that is something we need to change. Now, the Tron blockchain is what I call the sleeping giant. It is the #1 blockchain when it comes to active wallets. It is the #1 blockchain when it comes to active users, transactions, transaction volume, as well as USDT count on any blockchain. And these are all small hints that Tron is about to explode. The only reason it hasn't done so yet is because developers, programmers, NFT artists, they haven't really had the services that they need in order to build. But that is what USwap is changing. So we want to make crypto adoption easy and accessible to all. So USwap is actually a very simple way to come into the space. Now we already have less than 4% of the world is actually engaged in cryptocurrency. We want to make sure that the remaining 95, 96% also comes in, because this is a revolution. We had the industrial revolution, we had the technology revolution, now we are having the, what can we say, asset class revolution. Now, who are USwap? Who are we? So we have, or we are as a family, we have a full team. We have, of course, we have the founder, which is myself. We have the developers. We have a full-fledged marketing team. We have community managers. We also have moderators, advisors, and of course the community and team leaders. This is an ecosystem that has grown organically for the past 12 months. We launched in November 2020, actually November 9th, 2020, so we're closing up on our 1-year anniversary. And we have, in my opinion, achieved so much. And we're going to go through all of that. Now, our goal and our aim is, of course, to become one of, or if not the largest and best DEX exchange in the world, as well as to become the best DeFi platform for everyone. Now, with USwap, it is very simple to earn while you're learning. The thing is, DeFi, NFTs, liquidity providing, staking, farming, yield farming, all of this is very new and is very confusing when you try to introduce this to a new user who's not familiar with cryptocurrency. And it takes a whole lot of explanation. It can take you a day or it can take you 2 weeks. We want to simplify this. We are trying to make sure that the adoption can go smoothly. Now, in our ecosystem, we have multiple things that we have already deployed. For example, we have the DEX exchange. This is, of course, the first service that we put out. It is also the main of the ecosystem itself. Now, with the DEX exchange, liquidity providing comes, which means that users can actually provide liquidity to the DEX exchange and they can stake, or they will receive swap fee rewards, as well as they can stake and earn our native token UME. We also have then farming, which I just mentioned. We have DeFi games. I'm going to talk a little bit more about them later because that is our easy introduction for beginners. We also have IDOs, which means that other projects, other developers that wants to come onto the Tron blockchain can actually come onto USwap and they can have an initial DEX offering. This means that they can actually present their project and have a pre-sale through our platform, and that will bring, well, first and foremost, our entire community of 25 to 30,000, as well as they will be promoting this project as well. So we have a full effect behind our team, and that is why on the current IDOs that we have launched, we have raised more than 150%. We have 4 IDOs, 150%, 223%, 333%, and a 337% is what we raised. We only wanted 100% of what we want to achieve, but we made 1 or 2 to 3 times as much, which means there is a massive demand on the Tron blockchain. It's just that it's still not discovered yet. And this is why I'm here. This is what I'm here to tell you all talk about. And finally, we also have the NFT marketplace. Now, the NFT marketplace is that we launched. It's actually the first NFT marketplace that came onto Tron. As soon as that was out, we saw 10, 12, 13 projects, NFT projects popping up because now they finally had a place to go. Now, if you go through them a little bit more in detail here, we have the decentralized exchange. Of course, uswap.me is a reliable platform and convenient platform for exchanging TRC20 tokens at any given time. Now, these are tokens of the Tron network, of course. Now, what's unique about our DEX is that we have implemented something called a Safe DEX protocol, which means that any token that you find on our exchange has not only been vetted, but it has been audited by our developers, making sure that there's no vulnerabilities, there's no errors, there's no possibility for a scam for this token. This is very important for us to create a safe environment for the users. Now, we will also open up, this also means that there is a limited tokens on the exchange currently, but we will now open up for free listing for all tokens, but they will be in an unverified list, and they can apply to come to the verified one. So people will have an option to switch in the drop-down, so to say. Now, liquidity providing liquidity in USwap DEX is rewarding as the commission of each swap, which is then 0.3%, is shared among all liquidity providers according to how much liquidity provided. So, for example, if you provide liquidity to TRX USDT and you hold 1.2% share of the liquidity in that pool, every single swap, you will receive 1.2% of the 0.3% swap fee. Or the 0.3% is 100%, and you will receive 1.2% of that of every single swap. So that means you will be actually earning both TRX and USDT as they are swapping back and forth between those two. So. Apologies here. So, yes, providing liquidity is one of the most rewarding things. As said, it allows users to use what they already have to generate more without the risk of need. or the need of risk. Now, yield farming, so how does this actually work? First, we have, of course, liquidity providing. With liquidity providing, you are receiving something called an LP token, liquidity provider token. This is locked or created specifically for the smart contract protocol that you added liquidity to. Now, these tokens will help to determine your share within the total liquidity of the pool, and what you can do with these LP tokens is that you can actually stake them. You can use them to stake and farm the UME token, which is a native governance token of the Uniswap DEX. Now, the UME has a total supply of 23 million, and so far only 3 million has been farmed since November 2010. That is the output emission, that is the distribution, which means we have at least 6 to 7 years left of farming UME. Now, UME, as said, is the native governance token. It allows you to vote for proposal. It allows you to be a part of deciding the progress and development of the Uniswap DEX exchange. It is also the only way to participate in IDOs. So in order to participate in a pre-sale IDO, a new project launching onto the Tron blockchain, you need UME. You will purchase the pre-sale tokens with UME, and 50% of the UME raised will be converted to TRX. It will be locked in as liquidity, while 50% will be burned off the market to create a deflationary model. So you can participate and buy into new projects with a unique and new token sale model. IDO listing offers access to, gives access to projects before they actually go live. Now, next one would be the tokens with huge potentials. Now, these are actually in-house tokens of the Uniswap ecosystem. As said, we have UME, which is the native governance token of the DEX exchange. We have EFT with a total supply of 55,000 only, which is the governance token of the entire ecosystem. So any new development can be voted upon by the community holding EFT. Lume is a gaming token. We have a few games coming up. Lori, I'm going to show you a little bit more about Lori soon. And Corn, I'm going to show you that as well, because these are a part of our DeFi games. So we're going to jump into them right away, but definitely do have a look at these tokens. They are tokens with a lot of potential. I mean, we are building, we have been building for 10 months already. We have achieved more than what many developers have done for a year. And we will continue in this pace to deliver quality products. We're not about quantity, we're all about quality. So, the Uniswap ecosystem games, or the Uniswap DeFi games, we have something called the Chicken Coop, we had something called the Corn or Popcorn game, and we are about to release something called the Lori Hunting Ground, which you can actually see a nice picture of over here. So these DeFi games is actually very easy games, easy to interact with, and they allow people, instead of providing liquidity and farming, staking, all this, they allow them to come in as a new beginner and learn. So for example, the Chicken Coop, instead of providing liquidity to Uniswap DEX to farm UME, you can actually purchase a chicken, and the chicken will lay you eggs, and each egg will actually be equal to 1 UME. Now, I think I love these games. I mean, they're fun, they're interactive, and they allow new users to actually come in and participate in DeFi without, needing to learn everything before they come in. They'll buy a chicken, that chicken lives for 75 days. Every single day it lays 1 egg. 1 egg equals to 1 UME. If you skip feeding your chicken, because you need to feed your chicken, I'm going to come to that soon. You need to feed your chicken every day so it continues to lay eggs. If you do not feed the chicken for 1 day, it stops laying eggs. If you don't feed it for 7 days, it will actually die. But you can actually resurrect it as well. So it will continue. Now, what is it that we feed the chicken with? Well, there's a reason why we launched a corn game. Chickens eat corn, don't they? So corn has a total supply of 4 million. There's only 4 million corn, and the only way to actually feed your chicken or you can use TRX as well, but the corn is a much easier and a better way. When you're feeding your chicken with the corn token, 50% of that feeding will actually be burned off the market, Well, 50% will be used as liquidity, or 25% will be used as liquidity, and 25% will be used for the lorry hunting ground. I'm going to talk about that very soon. Now, there's also a second option where you can use your corn. So we have something called a popcorn machine. We're trying to make games that are, well, based on real life services or real life action, something that we can actually reflect to. For example, chicken laying eggs, chicken eating corn. What else could we do with corn? Well, we can actually make popcorn out of it. So we've created a popcorn machine, and whenever there's a demand for it, well, there's always a demand for it, but when we can launch that, we are adding between 100,000 to 250,000 to 350,000 USDT in that popcorn machine, and then people can actually put their popcorn in, create popcorn, and actually just farm straight up USDT. What will happen to the corn that goes into the popcorn machine? It will be burned off the market. So that's a deflationary model. Anyone who actually, so it gives, how will I explain this? So if you have a lot of corn and you want to take the profit, instead of selling that corn on the market and dumping the price, you can actually just put your corn into the popcorn machine and that will generate USDT for you, in the same way as if you were actually selling it on the market. And now you're helping that corn, you're helping that token to increase because you're burning off tokens from the market. Now, Now, coming soon, a lorry hunting ground. So we have the token called lorry as well. Lorry, there's only 2 million of. Lorry, there's 2 million. Corn, there's 4 million. And the lorries are, well, it's a sloth, we can say. We can call it as like a meme token. And what you do is that you can purchase a hunting ground, and you can release your lorries onto the hunting ground, and they will start a hunt for you. They will start capture UME, USDT, corn. They might even dig up an NFT card. Who knows? That is what brings a little bit of excitement to it. So basically, if you have a lorry ground, what we will be doing is that you release your lorries, you will need to feed them with corn so that they have the energy to go hunt. And now they'll go and hunt for NFTs, they'll go and hunt for USDT, UME, and as well corn, so you can continue to feed them. Now all of this brings, well, it brings an excitement to it. The games are interactive, people are having a lot of fun with them. We've had a huge success with these games, and we're really looking forward for the hunting ground, and so does our community. They can't wait to actually utilize the lorry tokens and dig up, farm more. That is what we're doing, and we want to be or make profitable services for everyone. Now, moving away from the DeFi games and over to the NFT marketplace. So we built the Uswap NFT marketplace, which deployed about 4 months ago. We went into a beta mode for about 3 months before we now turned into a full-on version. Now, it is the first public marketplace on the Tron network, open public marketplace, which means anyone and everyone can come on and create NFTs, mint NFTs, auction them out, and hopefully, of course, sell them. Now, what we're also bringing to the Uswap NFT marketplace is a lot more than punks and apes. Our aim and our goal is to take NFTs to the next level. For example, we have, let me just see what the next slide is. So of course we have the punks up there, we have the Team Ebits, we have the Bored Apes, Yachtron. These are collectibles that was launched onto the Tron network, and of course they cannot be excluded. They need to be a part of this as well. But then we have basic new artists that is also creating so much new art. I think we had 3,700 NFTs minted in just less than 4 weeks of the launch. So it shows also that there is a demand for it. Now, we also secured a partnership with the Museum of Fabergé from Baden-Baden. So we are actually going to have Fabergé pieces that will be NFT'd and auctioned out through the Uswap NFT marketplace. Now we're starting to talk about real use cases, real life items. Now, if you buy a Fabergé item through the auction, you have the option to either just hold the NFT, or you can send the NFT to the Museum of Fabergé. They will destroy it, and they will send you the physical piece. So you are now the owner of that Fabergé item. We also have amazing, amazing talented artists with high-end artwork that are coming on. We have partners that has, I can't really go into details with it, but commodities and real-life assets, such as gold, where we will be NFTing multiple things. We are bringing NFTs to a new level, and that is what they deserve because there is so much potential in this industry. Now, so it's new projects and collectibles, collections, they are coming soon exclusively on Uswap. So you see the website is down there, nft.uswap.me. It's a subdomain to uswap.me because everything is integrated in the ecosystem. Now, I also want to talk a little bit about the NFT Futurama. Now, NFT Futurama is a brand new event concept that is now hosted by Uswap in collaboration with Boostad. We are actually having the first one on October 16th, where we are going to present Mr. Vesa Kivinen, a world-renowned, famous top 10 digital artist in the world who was doing digital art before it was even a thing. For 15 years, he has been creating digital art, over 350 pieces, meaning he spends more than 2 to 3 months on each piece. And on the 16th, we are going to have on Grand Hyatt our own event where we are going to present Mr. Vesa. We're going to have an auction out of one single piece, which will be unique, exclusively on Tron. And then, of course, there will be more coming. But on that date, one auction, one piece. And of course, we hope that this will be the start of something great. Now, at this event, of course, we will have multiple other artists that we have already signed that are coming on, and I cannot wait to present them to all of you. So, we will be able to either be there in person, if you are invited, or you can actually follow this on a live stream. So, in order to do so, make sure that you follow me either on Facebook or on Twitter, because the live stream link will be posted on both of them so that you can actually see this event and what we are doing on the Tron network, what our NFT marketplace, what our marketing team is doing for our artists, and how we are making NFTs moving from 3D pixel punks to high-end digital art. Augmented reality, motions. It's just a whole new level. So I'm looking forward to see a lot of you following me. I'm looking forward to see a lot of you coming over to Tron. I'm looking forward to see a lot of you looking into the possibilities that we have on Tron. And with that, I want to thank you. Thank you for...
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Andreas. 1 second. So how many of you thought these sorts of dexes are boring? A lot of us thought that. How many of you had heard of Uswap before you came here? So this was new, right?
This is what we need to change.
This is what we need to change. I'm in this market, and Andreas knows that, for a number of years. And it's so great to see someone do a gamification way, and I'm going to give you $1 million idea, IPR, share of revenue. So we're going to do the golden goose NFT, all right? The goose that lays the golden egg, all right? You don't kill it. It keeps on laying that golden egg, and you feed it and all those things. Not only with corn, but with some special materials as well, all right? Golden goose, we're going to do it together.
Golden goose, I like that. Let's NFT that and
Let's
make revenue.
and do the whole gamification side of it as well. Yeah, like how you have the chicken and the corn. All right, the golden goose, that's one. The next thing I like, and I know Vesa for 3-4 years, done a few interesting ideas with Vesa, so it's great to see that on the 16th. So if people are in for a big surprise and you want to see some serious art, Vesa, a good friend of mine for a number of years, try and take the opportunity to at least Google him and see it. And it's great to know you've done the partnership with him, so it's fantastic.
We're very, very happy to have
He's done anything from cars to special paintings. He's even done some Indian gods and things like that. So, yeah. Thank you, Andreas.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Round of
much.
applause for
Thank you,
Andreas. All right. We have Yael Tamar, co-CEO and founder of Solid Block. Is Yael here? Ah, well done. Come on down. Round of applause for Yael. It's nice to see ladies over here. How you doing?
Yeah, of course. Is there a timer?
No, I will give you the time.
I don't do that. All right, thanks.
All right.
Where's the timer? Where's the timer? Hi. Okay, hi everybody. Hope you're doing great. Great to be in Dubai again. So what I want to talk to you today is about how can we get traditional assets onto DeFi, right? So there are several, in crypto, there are several asset classes that are clearly on DeFi right now, right? So any crypto assets are on DeFi. But at this time, traditional assets are the majority of the assets in the world, right? And how can we get them onto DeFi? So let's talk about that. So first of all, let's talk about CeFi, which is the opposite of DeFi, centralized finance, which is the world in which banks govern and control people's assets. Of the traditional assets, right? Traditional asset classes. Now, DeFi, by contrast, where you can build new instruments, and this is what DeFi is all about, right? You can put a bunch of new tools, new protocols, new ways to pool assets together, new ways to make additional profits and so on, right? Now this is a place where we're seeing more and more traditional assets, right? Art is now being NFT'd. You can put that onto DeFi, right? And then you have all kinds of transparency happening, and this is what we want, right? We want, for traditional assets like real estate, oil and gas, different commodities, to have the same type of opportunities, right? So, some examples of DeFi, just to run through what DeFi is, because DeFi means a lot to a lot of people, and some narrowly define it as you can trade different trading pairs, and some narrowly define it as a place where you can get loans, you can stake your crypto, but in reality it's all of those things, right? Decentralized finance is a way to do finance in a decentralized manner, right? And so anything that's an antithesis to the bank-governed finance. So some examples is, for example, a lending protocol like MakerDAO, where they're using their token to vote as a part of the DAO protocol, and you can create a stable coin which is backed by crypto assets. Recently, MakerDAO announced that they're also going to be putting traditional assets as a collateral for their DAO, right? So that's super interesting. You have obviously DeFi exchanges, which is the way that we can trade much more efficiently than traditional exchanges, right? We saw this during the whole GameStop situation, right? Where Robinhood supposedly didn't have enough liquidity, they had to close the exchange, right? Everybody was trading all these stocks, right? And then they had to close this traditional trading platform. Why? Because they kept borrowing dollars to provide to their users, and then they just couldn't borrow anymore, right? After borrowing trillions of dollars, they couldn't do it, they had to close the trading. In the DeFi scenario, right, in the DeFi exchange, you have a lot of users that collectively pool their resources together to provide liquidity, and they are incentivized for it. And that's, ladies and gentlemen, is where I believe all the traditional exchanges are going to go in the future. Whether or not they're going to be decentralized, they can use the same type of mechanism to provide liquidity when it's urgently needed, right? You can do the same type of mechanism working even with traditional institutions such as banks, pooling their resources together, or getting lenders together. So it's something that I think we're going to see in the next 5 years. Now, we do have traditional assets trading on DEXs already. So a company called Realty, they issued security tokens on a platform called Uniswap, right? So they're actually, the way that they're able to trade on the decentralized exchange, it's a highly regulated and compliant product, is that, DEX, what is DEX? In general, it's a place where people post, something for sale and buy and sell, right? It's like a marketplace. You can like two people meeting each other, exchanging something, right? You can go to a NFT gallery and buy a painting. That's what a DEX is essentially. So as long as the buyers of this new security on the DEX go through KYC and AML on a compliant platform, this sale will take place, right? Now, stable coins that are already mentioned, ones that just died, is also part of the DeFi world, right? So how can traditional assets get on DeFi? Well, they do that through a process called tokenization, right? Now, before NFTs, we talked about tokenization as a securitization, right? Now, I'll kind of go through the nuances here. I just want to give an example of the real estate world and how big it is. It's much bigger than the crypto universe at the moment, right? $300 trillion in property, but only 1% of that is liquid, meaning there's a huge opportunity for us to put real estate on DeFi. Now, in real estate, you have commercial real estate, and you also have private or residential, right? People's homes. Now, in commercial real estate, the investment is usually done fractionally, right? You don't normally go out and buy a hotel, you buy an apartment. You can invest in it, right? So, blockchain has become very, very mainstream with governments and regulators, right? That seems like that's all they work on all day long, like what to do with crypto, what to do with blockchain. This is good news for us, right? It's becoming an acceptable way to collect, to fundraise, to transfer assets and so forth, which is incredible. This technology is barely 11 years old, right? And it's already a part of our finance. Most banks use blockchain. That just goes on to show you how transformative it is, right? It took much longer, I think, for the internet to penetrate every facet of our economy, our finance. So I used to do these lectures like a year ago, 2 years ago, and I would say, well, tokenization is two things, securitization and digitization, right? Because, in the pre-NFT world, we're kind of thinking, well, you have an asset, you break it down into parts, you securitize, and then you digitize, meaning you digitize ownership, meaning you record ownership on the blockchain. Now, in the post-NFT world, I think I'm going to change that definition, right? Where tokenization is really just digitization. Sometimes it's a security, sometimes it's not, right? So in my world, with Solid Block right now, what we've done up until today was create digital security tokens, right? That's how we would put assets on the blockchain. We put a hotel on the blockchain by creating a security, a financial instrument, and then recording the ownership of that security on the blockchain. Now, in the post-NFT world, you can put your whole apartment on the blockchain by issuing an NFT, and likely it's not going to be a security. So, how we do tokenization, why we need tokenization? Well, it's obvious, right? If we want to trade something digitally, we need to digitize it. Now, in this world, or in general, what is an NFT? What is a security token? You just take rights to an asset, right? Ownership rights to an asset, convert it to digital tokens, and now you can trade. And on top of the trading, you can do lots of things with them. That's what I want to kind of leave you with today. There's much more than the trading, right? But beyond that, just digitizing the asset will make it more attractive to investors, because now you can sell it all over the world, right? NFTs are sold anywhere, right? It makes the asset more valuable, in fact, right? Because now many more people have access to that asset. It's much more valuable, and you can attract global investors, right? So, my world is the world of a security token offering, which is a compliant process of taking a large asset where you want a lot of people, a lot of investors coming to one place, and you want to record your ownership on the blockchain. So that's a security token. We do that in the US under exemptions from most regulation. It's called Reg D 506C. And then we sell these securities on exchanges that are compliant and are authorized to do that. In the world of NFTs, it's much easier if you can prove that the specific NFT you're issuing is not a security. That in that world, you have many more possibilities, many more exchanges to trade, and you know, just really, really cool things you can do. And that's why I'm also very excited about the role of NFTs. We're starting to do NFTs for hotels, basically ordering rooms for individuals that may, you know, sell them later if they cannot visit the hotel, for example. So that's something that we're starting to do. So, very quickly, how do you digitize? First of all, you need to create a vehicle, some sort of an entity which will hold the asset, right? It can be a corporation, it can, you know, be some sort of a setup. Actually, it can also be just a contract, right? That's something that we see a lot with NFTs, is where you have a contract of sale and you can tokenize that, right? It's legally it's acceptable, but it's not as bulletproof as an entity. I prefer to have an entity that owns an expensive asset, because then you can claim that entity much easier than a contract, right? So you have to have a platform where you can onboard investors, right? In most cases, even whether it's security or not, you want to have KYC and AML, know your customer, anti-money laundering, right? You want to undergo those processes, because at the end of the day, you will eventually also need to go into the real world at some point, right? You may hold your assets in crypto, at some point you may want to withdraw them to a bank account, live in the world of fiat, and then that's when your bank is going to ask, you know, about the KYC AML. Then you create tokens. How do you create tokens? Well, tokens are basically, you know, are based on a smart contract. In the security token, you usually use a derivative of ERC20 contract, ERC1404, for example, is what we use for security token. You know, NFT, ERC721. We have a lot of other new blockchains coming up and protocols coming up where you can issue these tokens. So in the smart contract, there's companies right now, like Solidblock, that are going beyond the general text smart contract and also adding additional layers, like what is that company that holds tokens, that holds, the asset, where is it located, where is it registered, what is the compliance that was used, right? So we need to make sure that there's an unbreakable link between the asset that you're buying and your ownership, right? And finally, you can list it on exchanges, DEXs or centralized exchanges, whatever you might list it. Now, so Aspen Coin project is our pet project at Solidblock, which we tokenized in 2018. The issuer was Elevated Returns, and $18 million was raised, and now it's trading on T0, right? That's an exchange where it's trading. Real estate and DeFi, or any real-world market, real estate was just an example, right? You can do the same with gold, silver, commodities, a lot of real-world assets, which really is the basis of our economy, our general global economy today. And so real estate or real-world assets and DeFi create opportunity for liquidity, for DEXs, lending, NFTs. I want to show you this, and probably I'm going to finish up with this. Okay, great. So, tokenization, this is how we get real-world assets onto DeFi. It has a variety of applications. Well, the obvious one is issuance and trading. That's how traders make money. That's also how we preserve wealth, right? We want to diversify our holdings, so we put our money in crypto, we put our money in traditional assets, we buy real estate, we put our money in stocks and bonds, pension portfolio, whatever, right? Now you can actually have a combination of the two, right? You can buy real estate through the security tokens, where it still retains the advantages of the asset class, of the stability of the asset class, but it provides you also with an opportunity to trade or liquidity, right? Now, all the world of traditional finance, well, I would rather say alternative, it's funny how these terms are kind of overlapping. I was just at the Alternative Investment Summit, and for them, alternative means anything that's outside the stocks and bonds realm, right? So structured products, indices, index funds, derivatives, options, futures, all of that, you can do that with digital securities. Now, in the real world, most stocks, most companies like Amazon, Google, Apple are trading on one or possibly two stock exchanges. And in order to trade on two stock exchanges, these two stock exchanges have to talk to each other. There has to be a clearinghouse that can account for shares being traded, right? They don't want to sell something that they don't have in the inventory, right? So in the world of blockchain is that clearinghouse. That's why we have, liquidity pools, which is, probably, I think it's one of my favorite use cases of blockchain. So imagine a world where you can list a security or even not, a crypto asset like an NFT on tens of exchanges, right? To give access to millions of people, right? You can collateralize these tokens so much more easily than you do in the real world. Like in the real world, you go and get a lien on a property, for example. You have to use a centralized place. You can, usually can do it sitting in your house in like 5 seconds, which is what you would do when your property is digital. You can collateralize that NFT, go get a loan, right? As easy as staking crypto. Put Bitcoin in a vault, start getting interest, right? Same thing you can do with your real estate in this world. And finally, connect to a bunch of other DeFi funding sources. Do we know what they are? Maybe we don't know. Maybe tomorrow we'll have a new asset class coming, right? I think that's it. I don't know if you have questions. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Big round of applause again for Yale. Nice to see women in action doing some serious damage over here in the NFT space, correct? Well done, come on, wakey wakey, I know you guys are hungry. By the way, if you need a caffeine break, just feel free, go out, bring it, come back, yeah? Don't feel that you've been deprived of it. There's lots of things outside as well, snacky bits, what have you. So whilst we're preparing for the next session, can I invite my good friend Vali, who's busy on his phone, Valentin? Hey. Come on down. Should we start now? Yes, we should start now. So whilst he's taking his time and walking, I know Valentin for like 5 years. I've spoken at some of his events in Singapore, London, San Francisco. I lose count. Valentin used to do some of the biggest conferences right in the early days pre-ICOs. So Valentin from LA Token is going to moderate this session. Sandeep, come on down, Ambassador Sandeep. So Sandeep again, a good Guju friend of mine. Those of you know what Guju means. All right. Thank you. Melanie, I haven't seen Melanie around. There you are. Well done. I'm sorry I haven't been ignoring you on LinkedIn or wherever you've been sending messages. But Georgiana over there is the culprit. She manages all my LinkedIn, all right? Welcome, Melanie. Who else have we got here? Yeah, I don't think Yehia is here, right? And Mohammed's not here as well, right? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Valley, it's all yours. You're happy with people? You have 20 minutes, okay?
Thank you. So I'm so excited to see your events. So your empathy, how you connect people is a kind of gem in the industry. So I'm so happy it's scaled to this audience. Very nice event, very insightful. So I recall this time in Davos where there is 2 years ago, before pandemic, we see the presidents coming to events. Ministers, Gary Gensler in San Francisco also came to our events. And the SEC chair said startups will beat incumbents and blockchain will transform financial system. And now we see this today. There are 60% of transactions done by institutional investors in DeFi. Did you see these numbers? 60% of transactions?
I've seen all sorts of numbers, but it is growing. And some of the institutions don't declare their numbers. They are all the whale players under anonymous names as well. So how do you account for those, right?
Yeah. By the way, before we start introductions and going to panelists, who is staking on protocols in DeFi? Are there DeFi staking? 1 hand, 2 hands, 3, that's pretty, maybe 5% of audience. And who is institutional trader? Who has funds of family offices or other institutional investors to stake? Okay, they are private stakers. So I see there are investment bankers, they are maybe not in this room, they are pulling money from family offices to DeFi funds which take money for this fixed yield plus some steroids in form of protocol tokens. Protocol tokens, they print their money and they attract institutional money on this, attract users and make the value of this money self-fulfilling prophecy. That's why crypto self-adopt, because it's a better money and people in the future will use it, and that's why it's valuable. So I'm Valentin Preobrazhensky. We are launching in our digital exchange token light chain to facilitate this transition. So our light chain is focused on DeFi use cases. So you're welcome to partner with us. We bridge DeFi protocols with family offices. We hire top investment bankers. Ex-CFO of JP Morgan, Brand Demon, joined us. So this is how we bridge the existing product market fit with potential multi-trillion money from institutional funds from family offices. So you want to introduce yourself next, please?
So, hello everyone. I'm Melanie Moore. I'm the founder and CEO of One Protocol, but I'm wearing various hats. I'm an investor myself. I'm also advising various funds. For example, CB Labs. I'm in the global advisory board, but also for a wonderful fund from Korea called Hash, which is one of the most active crypto and blockchain focused funds in Southeast Asia. And so I'm being a serial entrepreneur in the blockchain space, in the MarTech and media space. I have raised funds from mainly institutional investors over nearly 20 years. So I have quite a broad network into the institutional investor scene, family offices, venture capital, and angel investors. And we also, with our project, only raise funds from institutional investors. But I'm myself also very active in supporting blockchain projects all over the world. And what I'm very happy to speak about today about decentralized economies, because that's still the question, what does it mean? What is a decentralized economy? And how does really decentralized economies get their funding? And it's, I think, a very exciting space because we see institutional investors coming in, but at the same time there are teenagers that have already gained a lot of crypto wealth and they invest in a totally different way. And I think that's going to be a very exciting discussion today.
Thank you very much, Melanie. Pleasure to hear your profile. Also, I'm glad that to a certain extent I have similar profile. My name is Sandeep Mehta. Hello, yeah, this is better. Yeah, my name is Sandeep Mehta. I'm Secretary General Chairman of International Diplomatic Mission, which is a trade and investment body. But I also wear multiple hats. I'm also advisor and board member of various investment companies, such investments and a few others. And presently, I'm also working with my ultra-high net worth individual clients who are accredited investors, and they are moving into blockchain space. And I'm also guiding them into go into the decentralized economy and bring a lot of advisory to institutional investors, how to go into a certain product range, and that is what I'm here for. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot. Very exciting company here. So Melanie, what is your protocol about and how did you came to this?
Well, my experience is coming out of 20 years in media and marketing, and therefore when I started learning about blockchain in the end of 2016 and dive deeper and educated myself in 17, it was natural to say, how can I solve a problem by leveraging blockchain technology with all my experience and my team's experience that we have gained over so many years and have seen so much flaws in the industry, in the media, marketing, advertising industries, from click farms from so much fraud going on in this space. And so we have created a protocol that is solving all of these issues. And meanwhile, we have not only built the technology, we're scaling the technology and onboarding more and more platforms and even diving into the e-commerce to help all the brands and publishers to work with word-of-mouth content. This is what WOM stands for instead of ads. But as I said, investing myself now, also getting also more and more into crypto myself and into learning about many amazing solutions and founders. I'm quite astonished to see how this space is now divided. It's growing because of institutional investors, and I have only institutional investors myself and family offices that weren't into crypto and blockchain at all before they kind of met me or I introduced them to, and they started, supporting my company because they trusted me and not so much crypto. Yeah. And they were just thinking, okay, Melanie, we trust you, we tip our toe with, your project into this space. But meanwhile, obviously I said, guys, you need to learn about Bitcoin, you need to learn about all these other amazing solutions. And, but the biggest difficulty for institutional investors is still, how do we get in a safe and secure, insured, licensed, compliant way? And I would say it's wonderful to see how this space has evolved now over the last couple of years, especially I would say in the last 12 to 24 months. See amazing solutions out there catering to the institutional investors, making it way easier to tip the toe into this space and see digital assets as a hedge against all the crazy stuff that is happening in the world out there. And using these solutions where they can be compliant, KYC'd, where AML is in place, where everything is insured and licensed. And this is one exciting part. And the other one is, I know so many teenage founders, so many teenage NFT creators, crypto fans. They started off being marketeers in the crypto community, and meanwhile they are so crypto rich and supporting so many projects, and that's a very interesting new breed of investors.
Thank you. Nice to hear your story. Actually, my journey started when I was flying to Washington to attend an IMF summit. It was an annual summit of the International Monetary Fund, and it was in the month of October in 2010. And it took us 4.5 hours at the airport because there was a shutdown because the political reasons in the United States, they were not agreeing to increase the debt ceiling because they were always increasing the debt ceiling, and at that time they said, no, this is too high of a debt, we are printing too much money, and we cannot continue like that. And after 4.5 hours at the airport, when we went into the IMF summit and then we found that debt ceiling is raised, there is no more furlough of the US staff, and people can go back to the work. This brought me a realization that the amount of fiat currency being printed is so high, and there's no control on this Wild West printing. And from 2010 till today, the amount of money which has been printed is more than actually which was printed from last 40 years to 2010. And in the last 1 year, it printed another 3 trillion. So definitely the trust on fiat currency keeps on going down, and definitely the high charges in the banking industry for transaction actually led to the growth, and many of us who are traditional investors only in certain banking and other funds actually started over the last 5 years to look into crypto. And first couple of years, due to some of the wild west of complete decentralization, some of the projects had failed, some currency had such a high volatility, and the trust factor was gone. But since 2018, last 2 years, the products the markets, people realize who are into crypto space that yes, this is a completely decentralized economy, but if we have to look at jurisdictions where we want to do business, we have to have at least certain KPIs, like regulatory KPIs, like doing a KYC, doing AML, make sure the money is not a Wild West money, and we need to have certain governance. And this led to a tremendous growth in the last 2 years, and many economies and jurisdictions realized and most of the jurisdictions outside of USA and China are very supportive to decentralized finance. You see many countries now adopting, allowing companies to form in, like Dubai and many other locations. So we are going to see the whole decade of growth. I personally believe, yesterday we saw a slide that we are into 824 billion. No, that's a wrong number. We are already crossed 1 trillion. And the next 2022, which they projected as 2 trillion, I think it is going to be around 4 trillion. So the whole decade, if we look around, we'll reach more than 10 trillion as an economy. And this is where I believe we should be taking institutional investors on board and make them part of this growth initiatives. Thank you.
So I feel like you both mentioned that the main reason to invest into crypto is that hedge risk against inflation, against printing money. So it's mostly about Bitcoin, right? So what about DeFi? Why would mainstream money come to DeFi?
I think that's just the next step. I think the institutional investors are now first going into Bitcoin and mainly the, let's say, top 10 coin market cap listed projects. And DeFi is not so much yet on the radar of institutional investors because it's pretty difficult, right? To use DeFi products, yet you need to have some certain form of already knowledge to use them wisely, and a lot of things are still very manual. A lot of the family offices have still lacking into the knowledge how to use DeFi products and keep asset management in there. So I think DeFi is still more on emerging markets. That's where we see a lot of growth. And what is still very exciting, I think it's exciting to see this competition between also centralized systems and decentralized systems. That's anyway going to be the biggest clash of mindset, of paradigm shift. Centralized system like also centralized money from central banks versus leaderless money like Bitcoin or leaderless assets like Bitcoin. I think that was the biggest inspiration actually for the whole industry, is when we are talking about Bitcoin, some are still talking about volatility and so on, and is it really an asset class? Is it really a store of value? Will it ever be a medium of exchange? But the biggest invention was it was the first technology that we have seen so far that works leaderless. And this is inspiring DeFi. This is inspiring most of the founders in the space, that there is no leader needed anymore to create a technology to allow us to exchange value. And that will be very interesting how institutional investors will deal with it, because everyone likes to keep themselves in power. And there is this clash when we talk about DeFi. Everyone wants to not miss out the hype, but do they really understand? Do they really want to have decentralization? Do they really want to unbank, to bank the unbanked? Very interesting part of history.
Thank you, Melanie. Very wonderful point. Yes, we are going to come in a couple of years at a crossroad between centralized finance and decentralized finance. Centralized finance definitely wants to come into the space by their own digital currency through central bank digital currency projects. So you see If you go to the Bank of International Settlement website, there are almost 60 projects of various central banks working on creating central bank digital currency. So they also have realized the potential of today's generation, today's need, that technology of fast and swift payment moments across the borders, across the people, and at lowest cost. So definitely they are clearly watching this space. Now what I believe is that we will come to a convergence state whereby we will have a very mature decentralized finance economy in a couple of years. And it will be for the users to decide what he wants. He wants to use a digital currency of a country which he is using for transactions monitored by governments, monitored 24/7 through your mobiles and your identification, or they want to use. So the users are going to benefit much ahead. And when we see such trends going where the user and the consumer are going to benefit, definitely institutional investors and ultra net worth individuals who might have in family offices, they are going to see that yes, now there are projects and there are protocols which are secure and stable, because we'll come to that in a couple of years at a very high level. And we'll have all the scamsters or fraudsters or unwarranted projects die out in a couple of years. And I'm also going to see that a lot of technology emerge where they will merge all the different platforms into a similar coherent front end. So there will be a user who will not be able to know that what he is on which platform, because it will be so streamlined of operations. And when such things happens, I think more and more money will come into decentralized finance economy.
Yeah, so let's break down the type of investments. Right? One is protocol tokens, the 5 protocol tokens. Another is about staking on protocols, earning some yield. Right? So which of these use cases you like to focus on?
With my own investments or with funds that I'm working with, or?
So what do you think is the most important for the next year to come, or 2 years to come, to get DeFi mainstream? Yeah, eventually, how mainstream markets will come to DeFi?
Yeah, I think, I mean, what we can see now, especially in this year, was as much as NFTs were already existing all the years before, we have seen that this has driven a lot of awareness for crypto. NFTs, just by artists utilizing this technology and creating artwork and selling artworks, and music artists coming in, rappers, creating NFTs around experiences, and now it's continuing in the gaming space. I actually think that, like Mr. Clayton Christensen, RIP from Harvard, once said, the next big thing in tech is always looking like a toy. And I would say that especially now what we can see in NFTs and games and play to earn, this is really taking us to the next level of adoption. It's the gig economy. It's people wanting to be valued for tiny little micro tasks, earning crypto, and when they earn crypto and when they see it works and they make some money out of it, then they are also willing to say, I need a wallet. I need an exchange. I need all these other sub-products. I need to understand how to maneuver in this space. And this is, I think, step by step leading to mass adoption, the gig economy, games, playful ways to earn and exchange value.
I heard that in Bangladesh there are more holders of Ronin wallet to hold XE token than credit card holders in Bangladesh. So there are more digital wallets in Bangladesh compared to traditional bank. That's what I heard from gaming fund, which earn farming of the games. Does it make sense? It sounds so counterintuitive.
I think it's the natural way of adoption, right? It's playful, it's easy, you earn it, it's adding immediate value to you. The games already know how to deal with a young crowd. Anyway, it's a, you know, the whole crypto and blockchain space is a Gen Z millennial-driven space. And all the other generations have to now look into this, and me also not being Gen Z nor millennial. So I thankfully started learning about it 5 years ago, but it just is driven by a very young generation. And we just have to watch them and follow.
Great. Let's summarize our vision. What will be the drivers of investments into DeFi? Maybe kind of somebody will focus on institutional money for traditional capital markets, or some very new use cases such as NFTs, games. Let's summarize our visions.
Yeah, first of all, we also have to understand that this revolution is also not about blockchain, crypto revolution happening in SDK, but it's also the revolution of artificial intelligence, metaverse, and digital growth space in the cyberspace. So when we talk about, say, example like metaverse, we are going to have companies who are investing billions of dollars like Facebook, because you will have virtual reality at the next level going on. You will have artificial intelligence programmers who are now only 100,000 worldwide, but which will go into a couple of millions by the end of the decade. So all this growth will bring in much more advantage to blockchain industry, and when this happens, definitely the people who are the initial institutional investors who have taken the understanding and taking the risk to put the money will benefit much higher than the people who will be lagging behind to move from fiat to this. So I believe now that most of the institutional investors eventually will realize, and sometimes as and when the industry gets more and more mature, is that they have to put certain percentage of their asset class allocation to this space. So if I am an institutional investor, my fund is managing a $70–80 billion somewhere in the world, but we had zero crypto investments, we had zero in the blockchain investments, and in the DeFi finance economy, they would say, okay, now why don't we put, say, 2% of this 70 billion, which is big money, and that money, 1.4 billion, will come to this, and if this happens with each and every institutional investor, we are talking about huge growth in this industry. And I think I agree with Melanie a lot, is that it's still not on their radar to that extent, but definitely every institutional investor has policy to diversify the portfolio and diversify on jurisdiction, and then crypto and DeFi space will definitely come under their portfolio allocation, and this will be a good trend going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. So thanks a lot for this great panel. To summarize, so I think we are in a product market timing feed. If the number 60% of institutional transactions in DeFi is correct from Chainlink Analytics, this means there are institutional money from family offices, from other traditional players coming for these yields, and they trust protocols. So I heard sales pitches like some DeFi protocols, they like a A-grade bond. However, yield is 15%, not 2%. And there are 5% in stable coins yield plus protocol token upside. So they give these tokens. And family offices which can analyze protocols can kind of have perception of its security. They are more confident, right? Other family offices, they rely on rating agencies. If there would be S&P agency for protocols which grade them, this is a risk protocol, I mean hack attack or bug problem, then there will be more confidence to invest. So thank you for this partner. Thank you much for your invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Valley. Don't run away, don't run away. So whilst we've got Sandeep here, we'd just like to make a couple of awards to you.
To me, all of them.
One for old time's sake.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, just bring it down. Who have you got first? Sandeep is going to present to Valley and Melanie.
Thank you. Is it your sympathy prize? You like us?
Oh, yeah, you might. Yeah, come on down, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Let's take it together. I'm not sure. Thank you. Now we should go to IPO to kind of deserve this prize. Thank you.
Hang on. One last one. Michael, come on down. Get you off your phone. This way, buddy. Michael Turpin and me, we're going to do a little fireside, so don't run away. This is going to be a hot, controversial one. It's really going to stir things up, what's happening in the market from the ground up. Two major investors, I know Michael, for a number of years, shared various stages. Michael. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Next.
By the way, going to such invest summit make an impact pretty equal to Oscar or maybe Nobel Prize because of new technology. Guys, each of you make it pretty simple things with a deep technology which transform financial system. Make this type of impact just by sitting there. Because you will change the financial system.
Where's Talal? It's usually difficult to get Valley off stage. I know. Talal, where's Talal? Talal in the house? Come on down. We're running late, buddy.
You were running late, I'm not.
Yeah, that's why I wanted. Come on down, Talal. Okay, Talal is a very great speaker, but not only that, knows the subject on DeFi and all that. So over to you, buddy. Keep it short, sweet, 10 minutes if you can.
Anything you ask, just keep it done. Alright, so before I start, just so that I know how relevant this talk will be, who here has heard of Compound or Aave? Can I see a show of hands? Alright, amazing, so we're in the right place. The project is called Tranche.finance. We are basically building structured products for yields on the Ethereum blockchain. So basically Tranche is a decentralized protocol for managing risk. If you've seen Compound or Aave, the interest rates for any asset are variable, which means you could be getting paid 2%, 5%, 10%, and that changes every 14 seconds, which is the block size of the Ethereum blockchain. Anyone that works in traditional finance knows that variable interest rates do have their limitations. So you do need to have an element where you can fix your lending or borrowing. And that's basically what we do at Tranche. We split any yield-generating asset into two perpetual assets. One is fixed rate and one is variable rate. So what does that mean? USDC, which is one of the most popular stablecoins out there, you can deposit it on Compound and generate a variable interest rate. Or you could deposit it on the Tranche protocol and generate either a fixed or a variable. In traditional finance, the concept of tranching happens with collateralized debt obligations. Collateralized debt obligations were, I guess, one of the primary reasons for the 2008 crash. And the main reason for that is we depended on credit rating agencies to determine the creditworthiness of yields. And the incentives are basically not aligned. One of the very cool use cases of blockchain is you can verify the creditworthiness of any type of yield in real time, because everything is over-collateralized. And the moment it becomes under-collateralized, there's a risk of default. Whereas if someone is missing their mortgage payment in Illinois, it's very difficult for a banker in New York to figure that out with a transparent and seamless process. So there's quite a few projects in the world of crypto that are doing this. Saffron, Barbridge, and Opium are some of the more popular ones. But at Tranche, we pride ourselves at being perpetual. So there's no fixed rate, no fixed duration. You can go in or out at any point in time. So this is basically how the Tranche ecosystem looks like. As a user, you can deposit your crypto to generate interest on it. And then basically any fees that are generated from our protocol automatically go to Uniswap to buy back our native token, which is called Slice. And I'll explain to you how Slice comes into play in the next slide. So this is how the platform looks like. The net APY on DAI, which is the decentralized stablecoin, is about 20%, out of which 2% is paid in dollars. So that yield is being paid in US dollars. And then 17.8% is being paid in our own native token. So the concept of liquidity mining is actually a very interesting one that projects have been using to help them reach their goals. Imagine every time you go to a bank to get a loan, they give you a bit of shares. Or every time you deposit money in a bank, they give you a bit of shares. This is basically what's happening in DeFi. Every time you use our protocol, you get some Slice tokens. And the Slice tokens give you the ability to vote on the treasury of the protocol. So this is a way to align incentives or to align financial incentives between the users and the protocol. Earlier today I mentioned the concept of DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations. And I do think that that is the future of how humans organize themselves in a commercial setup. So if we go back in time and think of what are the most important financial innovations, there's a very big argument for shares or equity being created by the East Dutch Indies company. I probably butchered how that's structured. I think it's either East Dutch Indies or something of that sort, but it's basically the first company to ever create shares. Those shares allowed me and a stranger to have the same upside and the same downside by basically being partners. So what we're going to start seeing, or what we've already started seeing, is similar structure, except it's done fully on-chain. So any fees that are generated from our protocol go to a treasury contract, and that treasury contract is owned and controlled by the token holders. So essentially, it's like quasi-equity. If I was sitting in the US, I probably wouldn't say that because the SEC would be on our back, but luckily we aren't in the US. So, where does Slice come into play? We've created something called the Slice Incentives Rewards, or the SIRS, the Solvency Incentive Ratio, or the SIRS, and basically that determines when Slice is distributed to the users. So I'll go back to this example. CDI is the rate that we're bringing from Compound. Tranche A APY is what we're paying as a fixed rate return. So tranche A is fixed, tranche B is variable, which means any excess profits generated from tranche A move to tranche B. And then basically, we distribute all the slice rewards to tranche A if there's a buffer, and then we distribute the slice rewards to tranche B in case there's a potential default. So going back to this slide, let's assume that compound's rate dropped to 1%. That means we would have financial difficulties in paying the fixed rate of 2.1% that is promised on the tranche A side. In that case, the slice rewards will no longer be paid to tranche A and they will move to tranche B, because tranche B would essentially be bailing out tranche A. So I guess one of the most exciting things in DeFi is it's basically like money labels. If you deposit money in tranche, we then go and deposit that into compound, and the interest is accrued every 14 seconds in an autonomous way. If we think of how that's done in traditional finance, it's an absolute nightmare. You need to create a special purpose vehicle where you collect all the interests and then you use a paying agent. So the process of collecting and distributing yields is quite complex, whereas when it's done on-chain, the process is fully governed by smart contracts. So basically, the slice token can be used to vote, stake, or hodl. You can basically stake your slice tokens to generate additional yields from liquidity pools. You can also use it to vote on platform issues and parameters. We use something called snapshot.page, which is essentially an interface that allows you to submit proposals and vote on proposals. So think of it as like a shareholders voting on specific items when it comes to matters related to a company. This is when you vote on stuff related to a protocol. So we're replacing the traditional company with a decentralized protocol. Cool. And Mr. Patel asked me to keep it short and sweet, so I will comply with that and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, yeah. Fantastic. Let's take the time to do a question or so. Anyone shy enough to bounce a question to Yale? Did you understand it? Are we hungry? It's lunchtime? Great, we have a question in the back.
How is the balance between the slice rewards between tranche A and tranche B structured?
All right, then.
Just repeat the question for everybody else.
Yeah, so the question was basically how do you decide the portion of split of rewards between tranche A and tranche B? Okay, so first of all, we distribute slice based on the size of the market. So let's say we're distributing 1 million slice per week. The pair that has the highest deposits takes the biggest portion of slice. So let's say we have USDC and we have DAI, and you have $900,000 worth of USDC and $100,000 worth of DAI, then 90% is paid on the USDC side and 10% is paid on the DAI side. And then between tranche A and B, it depends on two main factors. The interest rate that we are obtaining from compound and the fixed rate that we had promised on the tranche A side. It's actually quite interesting because tranche essentially acts as a bank and compound is acting as the central bank, where we obtain yields from the central bank, repackage it, and then sell it to our customers. And the cool thing here is that anyone with a MetaMask wallet or anyone with access to the Ethereum blockchain can go in and start earning yield on their crypto permissionlessly. So yeah.
Thank you, Yale. Great job, buddy. Thanks. All right. Round of applause. Well done. Okay. Michael is busy sending his little tweets or messages. I don't need to introduce Michael. Most people have heard of Michael, right? Well, okay. Michael, jump in. Come on down. So we're going to do a little fireside chat. There is no agenda, so we're going to take it in a controversial way, what is happening that's hot in Dubai and in the market, what's happening hot in the DeFi space in terms of how to look at the culture, how to really give you guys advice that, don't believe everything that you see that is out there, and some insights into what happens behind the scenes, because both of us have been investors for a number of years, or decades even, I would say. So without further ado, let me get my little seat over here. You got your water? Well done. Can I have my water, please? Okay, so let's kick off with Michael. Have you got your test? Test, test. Well done. Away we go. Let's kick off with something really hot that I saw in CoinDesk today. So I'm also a board member of the Royal Family Private House over here with Sheikh Ahmed bin Faisal Al Qasimi, and my chairman and friend Thomas sent me this thing early in the morning, and he says, "Maru, did you see this? What is happening?" So a little bit of history. So there has been a quote from Michael on what I call the bad actors that make some of us 99% in the blockchain space not look good, and that's why adoptability hasn't happened so fast, okay? And I see it all the time in Dubai. Michael's just encountered a major thing, so without me spoiling it, I'll let Michael explain it, and it'll be great to see your view on it. We had a little chat about it as well,
Sure.
right?
So I'm still sort of figuring it all out. I've been in the blockchain space, for those of you who don't know, since early 2013. I started Bit Angels, the first global angel investor network that then developed into the Coin Agenda Global Investor Conference Series, because the Bit Angels were getting on calls all over the world trying to fund wallets, and so you'd have somebody with a new wallet project in Peru, and somebody who wanted to fund it in Ukraine, and back then it was all like, oh, we'll send you Bitcoin, and like send us this and that, and it was Wild West. It was early 2013. And then all of a sudden it was like we would show up at these conferences and try to find each other and meet each other in person. And I remember there was one time, I think it was April 2014, the Inside Bitcoin Conference. We were all gonna have a little Bit Angels breakfast, and it rained, we couldn't find each other. I said, this is silly, we need to go. We had a big party in late 2013 at another event. It was great, we sponsored like drinks and everything. David Johnston, who's here at this show, was my co-founder there. He now owns a very prestigious family office and a public company in Norway. So I looked and I said, we need to have a conference of our own. I wanted to envision it as being the Goldman Sachs conference for investing in blockchain, because Goldman Sachs isn't going to do it, not anytime soon. And so it was really, the vision was to get traditional technology family offices to come to the conference and learn about these blockchain and crypto projects. And the first one we did was in 2014. First several years, it was still mainly crypto investors. Then it became funds. I mean, there were early people who came from the traditional world, like Pantera Capital, that their ROI is like ridiculous, right? They started investing in Bitcoin in 2013 with family office money, back when it was like $60, and they've held on to it, so you can imagine, right, exactly, ridiculously high ROI, but obviously high risk at that point too. And so I had, Dan's actually a keynote speaker at my Coin Agenda Caribbean. He's now moved to Puerto Rico, which is a shocker for a guy that well established. But anyway, so this is the background of who I am. I've also, my entire career, been an investor. One thing that got me into investing was being early in technology as a marketer. I come from a writing background. I'm on the board of the top journalism school in America, Syracuse University's Newhouse School. And I didn't even study PR. I studied journalism. I was like the guy that ran around and wrote stories about government and corruption and waste and this and that. And all of a sudden I realized that it wasn't a lot of fun after a while. It was very, very, and you get scammed by politicians, right? And you have to figure this stuff out. So I do have a journalist's critical eye, which is valuable when you're then on the other side representing companies. And so I started my PR firm in the 90s, worked through a lot of the .coms. I would sometimes have a sniff test saying, this doesn't sound right. I would check with VCs. They had regulation then, of course, because they went public. But, Bernie Madoff was regulated. Enron was regulated. So regulation is not the be-all and end-all to stop fraud. It just simply makes it easier to find what the penalties are, although there are penalties for fraud even in unregulated markets. Fraud is fraud. I want to punish it, right? I have been working through Transform Group, which has several divisions. Transform Ventures, which is my family office. I was fortunate enough to invest in Bitcoin very early. We launched Ethereum. We launched some of these other things from a PR perspective. And a lot of these folks were like, well, we don't have a lot of money. Can we pay you in our token? And I also had a very early, structured, regulated, Reg D fund that was one of the first crypto funds in early 2014 called the DApps Fund, which spun off of BitAngels. We raised 10,000 Bitcoin when it was only $6,000, and we invested $1 million into Ethereum at 30 cents. So as you can see, we did pretty well.
I remember paying George in London when we met 7 years ago,
and he's now, this is his first crypto. He has, and now he's in Dubai, loves it here. He's in Puerto Rico as a resident. But fast forward to like the last several years, you have to make this decision both as an investor and as a marketer on who do you trust. And a lot of it is social proof, right? So in other words, who referred to me? If Vitalik refers me a project and says it's great, I don't have to do a lot more research, right? Same thing with Anthony DiOrio, David Johnson, they're 100%, right? In the case of what happened yesterday, it was Juan Lee, who runs the Global Blockchain Summit, who referred this project. He said this is like a really cool project. I still don't know at this point, because this all happened overnight, whether the false statement attributed to one of the family offices came from someone. One thing is clear. Someone faked a profile and an email and a website to look like it was coming from the family office.
Well, we saw the letter. It looks with the kite mark, which you can't do. I've got these cards as well. You cannot do that. That's a criminal offense.
Right.
So they've done the website with the kite mark. They've done the business card with the kite mark.
That's
There are
correct.
email signatures with the kite mark.
That's correct.
They've mail shot people to raise investments on the back of a
And
royal family office.
And there was no call for investment here. It simply announced that the royal family office had invested $100 million.
Which is an investment, rubber stamp testimonial,
right?
Which leads to an investment.
Correct.
So cool.
And I'm still trying to figure out the motivation, because they did have a little coin. It's not listed on the big market. It's only been out for a week. And you'd say, oh, well, somebody's pumping and dumping it. Coin did nothing. Didn't move. So
I had another example like that 2 months ago. Sorry, I'm talking about journalism. So I'm not from journalism. I've done public sector and all that. So I got my eye. I married a journalist. There you go. Okay. But we came across another company like that, used the same royal office, and we should name it. And they said this royal office has already given 50 million into our coin as a rubber stamp of trust, to then rope in other investors. When I found out that royal office never gave them 50 million because they wanted me to be on the advisory board, and I said, I'm not being on your advisory
Well,
board.
I am skeptical, because I've turned down, I've worked with about 300 blockchain companies, and some of the ones I've turned down, I was too cautious. I had someone tell me that this one coin looked to be a scam, had all the earmarks of a scam, even though it was referred by somebody I knew really well, and he said it was great. And so no, a different one. And so I turned it down. It was Hashgraph Hedera. I would have made millions of dollars by simply accepting the advisory for that company, but I had a couple people saying, what they say cannot be done, it is a scam. Well, they did do what they said. And so it's very difficult to figure out what there's a gray area. Clear scams are easy. Clear validity is pretty easy. Pantera invested and everybody does their due diligence. As a PR firm, so I wear several hats. As an investor, a lot of times I will rely on my due diligence, my staff's due diligence, and mainly, a lot of investors this way, the due diligence of people with bigger staffs than me. If Pantera puts money into it, if, like I said, it's referred by Vitalik or something like that, I figure that's pretty good due diligence, right? They went and looked it over. Here, Jawan, ran Hong Kong Blockchain Week,
Africa one we spoke
Africa one we both spoke at. He's a legitimate guy. And so my presumption is that he basically believed the CEO or the chairman, and the only thing that I haven't been able to tell, so I can't accuse anybody, is whether the chairman got scammed by this guy or the chairman is part of it. And you know,
that's where I always question is the chairman part of it? And they use people like Joanne, who doesn't do as much due diligence because he does events. And he's saying, oh, okay, someone's come in doing an event, or someone sponsored me to do a slot, and you can't do that much analysis.
I put my name in the one because I thought it was the right thing to do, take responsibility for basically, Joanne brought me into the project literally 1 week ago, so this is very important, and we want to be able, because the family office is going to come and speak at the conference, you believe that, and they want to see, you know, top tier media. So we went to our relationships, gave it to Bloomberg. Bloomberg made several calls back and forth to, I believe I was told, the family office, but I think they gave it to this guy representing the family office. And then at the last minute, without saying anything, and I wish they had said, we don't think this is credible, they said, we're going to pass on this. And a lot of times, reporters won't tell you why they pass. Bigger story came up, whatever. It happens all the time. This is why you have backups, right? Well, one of our backups was Venture Beat. Tech firms turned it down. And the other one was Coindesk, right? Coindesk we have a great relationship with, going all the way back to day one. And it was the global editor, and it was then a reporter out of London. Well, the reporter out of London wrote the story very hastily, a little bit of a junior reporter, got the title of the private office wrong. I mean, the initial version said, like, the Prime Minister. It was like, oh my God, we got that fixed right away, right? And then it was like, take it down, take it down, take it down. And I go, well, a website can take it down, unfortunately, because of the size of the number, $100 million, Yahoo News picked it. Yahoo News, I try to explain to people, is a search engine, not a website. You can't take something down. Anybody who's ever tried to get something from Google, it takes a while, right? I said, however, you can update it, and the crawler will then erase the old one with the new one. And I said, let's get the approved version from what I still believe to be the family office. And I said, oh, he's gone in and got all the sign-offs. There's a meeting on Sunday, and it sounded, it had all the trappings of legitimacy. And again, I own the PR firm. It's 10% of what I do. I'm mainly an investor, not an advisor. I've got a 25-person shop out there that is run by somebody who's worked for me for 20 years, who's also very diligent. She's German. She's like, nothing gets by her. But the thing that like you normally don't look at, if it's referred by someone you trust and it looks like it's legitimate, it's a huge story, is was the email the actual email instead of a fake site? Because it literally led to a site that looked like the fake site, but it was fake.
So let me.
That's why I was up at 5 in the morning.
Yes.
I said I have to go and not take it down, but correct it and tell them I'm resigning from this company. I can't be associated.
Right thing to do.
But what I want to do is save my relationship with, Dubai. I mean,
that's more.
Dr. Marwan first was like, "How can you do this?" I was like, "Oh, I see. They scam you." Okay, let me tell you a little bit about Dubai. There are some scams.
There are a lot of scams. So let me give some advice here to people in between what we are trying to say here. So I've been caught twice over here. In fact, there was a coin Dubai coin, and there was another coin do, as in D-O, and then B-U-Y coin. And all these people are using the name, and they're using what I call as well real fraudulent scam ways of getting investors in. So if you're an innocent virgin investor, you'll be caught by this fake noise, and as Michael said, Google search, Yahoo search, that's what people do when you're a virgin in this business and you see a letter. I had someone yesterday say, oh, the Sheikh's office has already put 100 million in this. I get this every day. You should invest in it. And we find out it's an MLM program, and he said, you want MLM? And the same thing carries on happening over here. And in this 6 weeks until March, I think, once the expo's going, you get a number of people. You get people approaching in conferences like this, and Michael just touched on it as well. Joanne Lee, known guy, known for years, same here, known people. But please do your due diligence above that. Don't say just because he brought it to me, it must be good. So look at it yourself before you jump.
He also had some other legitimate people who were advisors, who were on the team that I knew from other things. So he obviously, the person...
They do their rounds. They do the rounds and then pick up more.
I was going to say, of the 300 companies that I've worked with, I think think my successes outweigh my times I've been tricked. And again, I've turned down some things I thought were fraudulent that turned out to be tremendous. And, so I try to err on the side of like, not being so skeptical that I turn down the next Ethereum. People are telling me Ethereum is a scam, get away from it. Obviously.
In the early days, everyone was anyway.
Yeah, and I believed in the talent, I believed in Anthony. Anthony was my main relationship. He's like, no, this kid's a genius. And I did due diligence. I have a company right now, that's doing the central bank digital currency.
CBDC.
CBDC. And I met with them, and they told me the technology that just seemed too good to be true. I spent 4 hours talking to them, having them run it through. I then went to several other technology guys, and 3 of them who were really tech experts said, this is legit. I invested, I promoted it on PR, they're very, very cautious. And now I'm in conversations with the governments, and I can give you like you never get 100%, I can give you the 99.9% that they are legit.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I used to call it in the ICO days, they get all these bees, and what they do is they attack people who are in
and I stopped that. I said I can only do 5, and I due diligence the death out of them rather than, I've seen people with 50s where they are on 50 different advisory boards, and that's when you say, I can't buy this.
I turn down 90% of the people.
Yeah, 99% I do. But another advice on the back of that story, when you see the same faces as advisory on so many different coins, those are the ones, in my view, don't invest in, because they can't fly the kite themselves, so they Photoshop often without people's permission, and I've brought 2 people down like that. I'm sure you brought a few down.
I have had my Photoshop in, and I had to do
and you have
do
to
a
take it
takedown
out.
offer.
Yeah, so don't invest in companies where they've got a lot of, what I call tier 1 speakers and advisors on their board saying board advisor, and they've got 50 pictures, meaning they can't run the company. And let me tell you, and I'm sure Michael will agree, us advisors, we don't give advice on a daily basis. Someone's going to fly that kite themselves, right? We're not there to manage and handhold their names, right?
No, I mean, my typical role as an advisor, and I basically have like 3 things that I do as an advisor, I would say. I have a handful of projects where I'm a super advisor. That means that's a project that I'm extremely passionate about. I got in very early, and I literally helped them just completely change their business model, and it's a long-term relationship. One of them, for example, is in Dubai. I actually brought them to Dubai. I said, this is a better jurisdiction. That's where I met Dr. Marwan. It's called IceCap, icecap.diamonds.
Yes, I know that.
And, Jacques Voorhees, who was here this week, he's the father of Eric Voorhees, who's one of the most, you think I'm famous, he's the OG of OGs. He runs Shapeshift. He's been around in the crypto world since 2010. Extremely, ethical, brilliant guy. And, the only reason I still keep the PR firm is because I'm so well known in it that Eric still thinks of me that way, because in the early days, we were the only PR firm. We did the Tether, we did Ethereum, we did, all this. Even though I'm mainly doing advisory and investing now, I mean, they do a good job, and so I'll refer business to him. And he said, hey, Ed needs a press release. Why don't you meet him? And I looked at the business plan. I said, wow, this is great. I think I want to invest, and I think I want to help you guys. Yeah, we'll do the press too. In fact, I invested enough that he didn't have to pay for the press, because I basically invested enough money to then give the agency and said, here, give him whatever he needs. And we got like Vogue Business, and it's an NFT platform representing real diamonds. And his father is like as well known in the diamond space as Eric is in the blockchain space. And Eric came up with the idea. He said, my dad has been trying for a long time to figure out how can you sell investment diamonds like you can sell gold investment, because they're not fungible. And he's like, make them into NFTs. Make only the highest quality. And then we kept tweaking them out to say, well, how do you figure out which ones to do? They did an index with GIA. The chairman of GIA is their chairman. They got an incredible board. And again, not fake things. I mean, I've met with these guys. We sit in board meetings together. They have really good feedback. And all of a sudden they came up with this aha moment, which happens in companies. That's how you go from like 0 to 60. Because the first year they had like no revenue, just trying to figure out this and that. That's why the initial valuation was so low. And all of a sudden it dawned on them, and I encouraged, I said, you need to go and find people who are already selling to gold and silver people, right? He found one. And then he had an algorithm that came up and said, here are 300 variations, what we consider to be the highest desirability of diamonds that if you need to sell it in a hurry, the trade will buy it. Because otherwise, there was a quote in Forbes many years ago that said, the problem with the diamond industry is if you buy something at Harry Winston and walk across the street to sell it to Tiffany's, they'll offer you 50 cents on the dollar. So you have to have something that's considered like gold, sort of be of the highest quality. You've heard of the 4 C's? There's 5 other things, cloudiness, etc. So there's 9 criteria. They did a whole map of 300 variations of the 9 criteria of different diamond sizes, and they mapped the wholesale index, which is an industry term, a database that's not readily available.
The Rappaport.
Exactly. Very good. Which of course burns Jacques because he started the competitor Polygon. But as soon as they did that, and it said, I want to invest $1 million in diamonds, how do I do it? They say, go and see what's is closest to the wholesale price. And the first week that they turned it on, they sold out of all their diamonds. They sold 150,000 in 2 days. They then restocked them. They just sold 360,000 in a week. All of a sudden, they're looking like a pretty good thing for my $3 million market cap seed investment.
Fantastic. Yeah, I know about it because 4 years ago when I started doing the tokenization of asset, which is my platform, my tokenized asset, which I had the award at ARBC, as you know. And in the diamond business, that whole Rappaport and the various variations was one of the things we did. I was too early 4 years ago to do that, but now we're doing that. And it's not only diamond. I mean, any asset can be tokenized. But the point here is, be careful of what you invest in. Just because you see diamond and a number of good pages or a good blockchain, advisory board is there. However, advisory board is not used as much by a lot of the CEOs. I was on an advisory board of a couple of companies and I've dropped them. Why? Because I find that the CEO has a personal agenda to use people's names to show off and rope in other advisors to say, oh, we like to have that person in. Muru, can you bring that person onto our advisory board because it'll be good for us? Yeah, good for you for a Photoshop, but not real. Zero interaction.
I turn down, even if it looks like a good project, I turn down anybody who says, well, we just want you for the fundraising phase, and then you don't have to do it.
That's all they want.
No.
Yeah. Photo prostitution, that was the word, sorry.
No way. I, again, only want to have a handful of great companies. So the last thing I would say on this unfortunate episode, that I'm still getting to the bottom of, because my hope is that the guy who faked the website is the only scammer and everybody else was duped. If the CEO of the project was part of it, then the company's dead and there'll be consequences. My hope is that he was duped by and I'm certain that Juwan was duped. I know I was duped, and it was, again, a very sophisticated fraud. But the one reason why it's good to have a professional PR firm isn't just getting things in the news, it's getting them out of the news.
And that's difficult.
And
it's in print.
Well, I was going to say, I'm not really day-to-day in the PR business anymore. My president of my agency knows all the folks, went to the highest level of the global, had it elevated to the executive editor, and I said, I may have to use my silver bullet. And I don't use my silver bullet very often, but the person who actually runs, the person who's above that, is a good friend of mine, the one who actually runs the whole operation. And I thought, he should know about this because of the reputation of CoinDesk and because the reputation of what happened and my apology for being duped, right? And so he was on vacation, but, he knows I don't call very often. I DM'd him on Twitter. I texted him. I left a voicemail. He got back to me in 20 minutes. He was on vacation. He said, what's up? And I said, give me 10 minutes and I'll let you know. And then he basically said, well, we can't take it down. We have to report that this was seemingly a fraud. I said, yes, I don't know how much of a fraud. I do know that this was a fake press release. He goes, oh, yeah, we got caught, CoinDesk, when the Walmart release came out that said that Litecoin And, you know, they're still not sure who did that one. And the Litecoin Foundation itself got duped, and they retweeted it, saying Walmart is taking Litecoin. Litecoin went up to the moon. Somebody made money. And this one, I don't think anybody actually made or lost money, so that minimizes the damage. But it's still something that, you know, in 300 companies I've worked with, this has only happened one other time. It was back in the ICO days, where, again, they recruited some incredible advisors. The guy and the technology demo looked really great. It was going to be a Bloomberg terminal for crypto trading, and they raised $38 million. And it turned out that the guy who was the CEO literally had done jail time in Canada, had had his face like reshaped, had done plastic surgery, had grown a beard, put glasses on, changed his name, forged the passport, ran away with the money. He's now in jail again.
So the moral of the story, to wrap it all up, it's not all doom and gloom. Michael's given you his story. I've said I've walked away with $1 billion trading volume, 100 million in my share capital, and I walked away with zero. Why? Integrity cannot be replaced. Go and find people who have integrity, who want to give back to the community, who want to contribute, educate, and who wants to make genuine money while sharing it with the community. So with that,
and I would say one final thing, and this has to do with DeFi as well. I won't use the vulgarity. I'll use the analogy for it. But I had a Satoshi roundtable years ago. Somebody was saying, oh, you know, Ethereum is a poo-poo coin, and like, you know, everything with Bitcoin is a scam. And I said, and I still believe, I said, there's a difference between a scam coin and let's call it a garbage coin. A scam coin is when someone intentionally is there to defraud you and run away with the money. In my entire career in the blockchain, out of 300 plus companies, I think that's only happened twice, right? So 2 out of 300 is still not 90%. However, a garbage coin is something where the team legitimately wants to do something, raises money, gets in way over their head, and they fail. You could also say that Silicon Valley, because nobody calls it a scam when somebody raises $5 million from Sequoia, doesn't know what the heck they're doing, and they run out of money. They get another job because they're called experienced. In this industry, they're called like fraudsters, you know. And so I think it's important to understand the difference between fraudsters who should be punished, jailed, whatever the severest consequences, because they harm the entire industry. They harm, as we as legitimate people in the industry are trying to, you know, open up the eyes of, like, you know, government officials and regulators who don't know, right? They're like, oh, isn't blockchain, I mean, they still go back to, isn't it all for drugs and prostitution and everything? It's like, no, that's kind of like US dollars have a much bigger usage for that. But, you know, what are the uses, and what are permission tokens, and what are DeFi? Because DeFi, look, the legitimate DeFi tokens, look, even Mark Cuban, one of the most sophisticated investors, invested in a project that was a rug pull. And I think that the answer is not just regulation, but also the industry coming together, having the best brains. You know,
think we shall. It's people like us who should call them out as well.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, and we
and
have
that's
a
why I put my name.
responsibility. Yeah, we have a responsibility.
That's why I put my name to that, and said, before anybody in the family office, in the private offices woke up, I wanted to make sure that that was taken down, and it was noted that we're still investigating this. And they basically were very kind to me. They said, we got this press release from one of those reputable and respected PR firms, and it appears they've received a fake press release. And here's the quote from Michael Turpin. I didn't want to have Xenia do it. I wanted to put my name on it just because the buck stops here.
Yep. Well, it takes a bigger man to own up, and I've owned up, he's owned up. And there's a couple over here, you know, on the back of Shiba, I know a few people have created an X version of Sheepcoin and doing the same thing. They are roping in people to say, buy this, it will go 5-fold, 10-fold, all that. And it's all BS, really, because they are the one offloading their coins. There's no utility, there's no use case. It's just a fashion scam way of raising money for the founders, co-founders, and all of that. So with that, I know you guys are all hungry, stomach rumbling over there. So let's have a big round of applause for Michael. Hope that was insightful. Thank you, brother.
I was hoping to talk about like other more positive subjects, but this was in the news, so.
This is all day talk.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I see you.
Pleasure.
Quick photograph, where is it gone? Boss, okay. Today would be nice, guys.
we call this in the business a grip and grin.
Rip and grip.
Grip and grin. Grip the hand, smile. It's
All
a
right.
journalism term. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Nice to see you again, buddy.
Okay.
And I'm sure I'll bump into you again and again. Thank you. All right, we have lunch. Let's try and keep it down to 40 minutes if possible. And I've got to shoot off. So thank you very much on my behalf. I've got to shoot off to another session somewhere else.
area. The second part of the day will be very interesting because we will dive into trading. We'll dive into how to create a portfolio, how anybody can create a portfolio in crypto in the safest way with the maximum rewards. And if you didn't realize, because Mr. Mu Patel moderated the first day, we had some special guests yesterday and today, and one of them is Mr. Michael Turpin, who is a dear friend and one of the most important and influential people in the crypto space. I don't know how Mr. Patel introduced him because I wasn't here, I was outside. So he's the organizer of Coin Agenda events. He's also CEO of Transform Group. Transform Group is considered is the most important PR company in the crypto space. They work with Ethereum, with EOS, and many other projects. He's also started a few years ago a group called Beat Angels. It's a community of very important investors in the crypto space, and still you can be friend on Facebook with Mr. Michael Turpin because you can use the social media in different ways. You can use it for entertainment, to look at cats, to look at dogs, to waste time, or you can learn from very, very important people, and if you go to their posts, you can get a lot of insights, you know? The time is passing anyway. The time you are spending on social media also is passing anyway, but instead of following dogs and cats, of course, if you invested in them as NFTs, if you want to see if they go up or down, worth doing, but otherwise, follow the people who are more advanced than you in what you want to achieve and learn from them as much as you can. Because few years ago, it would cost a fortune even to have access to these people, to hear them speak or to see them speak, but now you can do it actually for free. Of course, you can attend events and other things. And we have with us, I believe, the guy, the person who is the fire starter of the crypto community in the Emirates. If I don't pronounce correctly your name, please correct me. Mr. Jorge Sebastião. Am I correct or not? He's not just doing a series of weekly crypto events where people are gathering together, ideas are shared, and of course some drinks are consumed in gorgeous places all the time. There is a group on Telegram, there are many events, and as I see him, he's the heart of this ecosystem. So because he came here, I took the opportunity to invite him on stage. So please join me. And of course, please let us knowing about what's coming in the DeFi and crypto space in the Middle East. What should people have pay attention to? And thank you very much for the contribution. And because through you, I was able to enter very deep into the blockchain community here. So I want to thank you very much for that.
My pleasure. I don't want to crash your wedding party. You know, there's a nice movie called Wedding Crashers. I just came to say hello to a few colleagues since I'm in town. Actually, this is an amazing month that has been building up for some time. Actually, should not even be called Blockchain Week, should be called Blockchain Month. We have about over 50 events throughout Dubai, and you get a chance to network with people. I would say probably 30, normally it's 50%, but I would say probably now about 30% from Dubai and about 70% from outside, where it happens to be Puerto Rico, US, Romania, India, even Pakistan, who is now advancing in this area as well. I think the most important thing, I would like to also thank Muzamil, which is a good friend. I've done a few speeches at these events in the past. We've done about 40 projects in blockchain. Not everything is crypto, by the way. I believe blockchain is an amazing technology that can drive things that have nothing to do necessarily with money or fundraising. We done also about 4 projects in DeFi, and I think DeFi, with the birth of Ethereum, almost a little bit 7 years ago or so, is dynamically changing the kind of functionality that can be done in blockchain. And that really means that DeFi, or decentralized finance, or DeFi, depending, I guess, where you come from, enables to now create a whole series of services that previously were offered either by centralized regulated authorities like banks, or even maybe centralized exchanges, but now with much lower operating costs and much better scalability approach, bringing in people that are normally we sometimes refer to as unbanked. So that means you now are able to include people into an ecosystem that otherwise were being left out. And the proof of that is if you look at centralized exchanges, let's say including Binance or others, have taken a long time to grow to a certain size. DeFi projects were able to do the same thing and at about 4 times to 10 times the speed as centralized exchanges. So that is a proof of the adaptability of the technology. But like any other technology, it's got pluses and minuses. Everybody always says, and Gabriel Abed is a good friend, and say everything is about the code. I've been in IT for 35 years. Code is a double-edged sword. It is good because the code does not change and code is provable. However, for every 1,000 lines of code, there is usually a bug. For every 10,000 lines of code, there is usually a serious bug. By the way, the first one was really a bug inside a computer that fried the chips, but then eventually it became known as bugs, which basically means faults in the code. So if you're doing DeFi projects, one of the most important steps that you need to take care is do proper audits by companies. Like, names don't matter so much, but some of the good ones are in Ukraine and other places around the world, including also Romania as well. So do a lot of audits, and not just by one company, by at least 2, 3 even preferable. So this gives you a little bit better confidence and less chance that you get into trouble later on. The second element that I think is very important about DeFi is, I would say, I think in the future, the DeFi projects that will be successful are the ones that have a mixture of real world and virtual world. Not everything is 100% virtual, otherwise we will not have to eat, just stay outside. So I think the DeFi projects that mix real assets, whether it happens to be real estate, gold, company shares, silver, diamonds, doesn't really matter, and with the virtual synthetic assets of DeFi are the ones that are going to able to provide some more value. And this, by the way, includes even Bitcoin to some extent, although it's self-synthetic. You can actually now involve Bitcoin also in DeFi contracts as well. The last element that I think is very important, and we always forget, is the end user. And I think this is probably the most important. And whether it happens to be via education or via sensitization projects, or even better user interface. And the way usually I call this kind of sometimes the spaghetti test or whatever. And I'll give you an example from Canada because it's very important. The banks ATMs were invented in Canada probably about 35 years ago, give or take. And Canada had a very aging population. Before the ATMs existed, the way people dealt with the banking system, there used to be a booklet like this that folds, and you put it in a printer. It was actually a dot matrix printer. Bzz, bzz, bzz. And this was always the balance of the account. So this is what people trusted and was their account. So it is kind of their wallet, if you want to say. So when ATMs were firstly introduced in Canada, what was going to, or what actually ended up happening? So the citizen, which is maybe 65 years old, was forced to go to the ATM machine, do the transaction. But as soon as they finished the transaction on the ATM, they ran back into the bank to update the book and to make sure that the balance reflected the transactions they did on the ATM outside. I think in DeFi we have a little bit of the same challenge in the sense that we have to sensitize the everyday citizen, whether it's the bodyguard outside or the guy that does not know about computers, to have a much more friendly interface into this world. So the dApps, the Web3 interfaces via websites need to be much easier to use, so that this thing connecting the MetaMask wallet is not the most friendliest way to go about integrating into the world of DeFi. So, and I believe in the future that when you use blockchain and you don't know you're using blockchain, I think we have achieved our objectives, which means that it becomes part of everyday transactions the same way you pay for a taxi through touchless contacts or a QR code or any other mechanism. I hope you have a very good event. Welcome to say hello during this month. I'm easy to reach. My name, it's actually Jorge Sebastião, but everybody calls me Jorge when I arrived in Canada because Spanish is a bigger population than Portuguese, but I'm kind of a modern Vasco da Gama that goes around many countries and does this. So I've visited so far about 65, and it's been an amazing experience. So thank you, enjoy your conference, and all the best. Welcome to Dubai. And we have a small topic for you.
For all your efforts of promoting this family verse, and I would like to welcome on stage our special guest, please. So to make some photos.
I want to say my testimony on George.
You tricked me.
George, I call him the honey bunny of blockchain. He's the king because now it's the 6th seminar of blockchain which he's attending. God help him. Really.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we want to welcome Mr. Niels Taran Ortiz.
What is his name?
Niels Taran.
Neil.
Who is an entrepreneur and also has a role in working for the government of Bahrain. Thank you very much.
I come on time, huh?
Yes. Next on stage is Mr. Mauro Andriotto for the award. We'll have another award, and after that you will come with the panel. Okay. You're getting the award. Okay. Please. Thank you. Welcome. Next, we have our friend from Mauritius, Mr. Benito Elisa.
Bonjour, Maurice. Je veux dire, ça fait vraiment plaisir d'avoir des gens qui sont professionnels comme vous. Welcome to Dubai. C'est un grand plaisir. On va signer. Next. Thank you. I have to award to you. You are the
I will take it as a very sweet compliment. Thank you very much. Next on stage, please, we have Mr. Mauro Andriotto, who just received an award from us, founder and chairman of European Digital Assets Exchange. Welcome on stage, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here today. Is this one? I'm here today to present you the first digital platform in Europe able to offer a primary market and a secondary market about security tokens. I am Mauro Andriotto. I am the CEO and founder of this company that is the European Digital Asset Exchange, or EDSX. EDSX EDSX is a decentralized platform that is structured to connect issuers with investors, can be institutional investors or retail investors. And this means that our issuers and our clients are able to do a public offering of digital financial instrument directly from our platform. I can anticipate that we are in compliance with FINMA and with the Swiss law. We are based in Switzerland, and we are a decentralized platform that relies on a peer-to-peer system for security tokens. And as you probably already know, the security tokens is the way how you can offer to the public security instruments that are digitized. Most important, we have a primary market that is similar to a crowdfunding platform, and I will show also you some screenshot. And a secondary market where there is an exchange and the security tokens can be traded between investor, institutional, or retail investors. How does it work? So first thing, we always start with a contract. In finance, shares, a bond, derivatives are all financial contracts that we are going to digitize on the platform, and we are going to create a token. One important thing when we speak about shares, you need to consider that in many countries, shares have a public registry, so it means that in that case it cannot be tokenized because you expose otherwise yourself and the investor to the double spending. If you have a public registry, it means that who is registered on the public registry of that country is the official shareholder, no matter what the blockchain is saying. What we have been able to do is to exploit the DLT law in Switzerland that is allowing us to take the shares of a company and to have these shares legally on the blockchain. It means that who owns the token that needs to be registered and KYC on our platform is legally, from every point of view, from the legal point of view, from the company point of view, is the official shareholder. So in this case, it means also that shares and token can be distributed and exchanged without intermediaries, with low cost and without a central depository. So the primary market on the platform, you can also check the platform right now. The address is edsx.ch. The primary market of the platform is very similar to a crowdfunding platform. You have a project, the project is uploading all the documents, and then you have investors that can enter, see the project, register, do the KYC, and invest in that project. Once the primary phase of the project is over, then we are going to open the secondary market, and I will show you also a screenshot. From the investor point of view, it's very easy. We are decentralized. At the moment, the platform is built on Ethereum, even if we are switching to EOS, because this is much more consistent with what we need. We need to be fast, and we want to offer a free platform, because the platform is completely free. An investor can change and exchange tokens freely, so without no cost. And with EOS, we will be able to offer in the next 3 months an immediate transfer of the token in less than 1 second. At the moment, we are built in Ethereum, so clearly there are some costs to exchange the tokens. The investor is going to open a wallet, in this case, right now with my Ether wallet, but in future with Anchor, for example. They are doing the KYC. We are supervised by the self-regulatory organization in Geneva, that is ARIF, so we can also provide legally KYC and AML for accepting crypto and for KYCing investors. Then once the primary phase is going to close, he will have access to a secondary market. At this moment, the secondary market is still closed on the platform because we received 3 weeks ago the finance compliance check from FINMA, that is the market authority. So at the moment, the secondary market is still closed, but we are going to open it in the next 3 months, and it will be open to anyone. That will be, that is a screenshot of our secondary market. It's like a bulletin board with the bid and ask. Clearing and settlement of the transaction are going to happen on the blockchain. Settlement is going to happen with a smart contract, and the exchange transaction can be settled both in cryptocurrency and both in fiat. Actually, when is going to be transacted in fiat, we won't have any supervision on the transaction, and clearly we can't guarantee the transaction. But if this is going to be done in crypto, we can guarantee the transaction, and is going to happen very fast through a smart contract. Clearing is automatic. One of the services that we provide to our client is to keep the shareholder registry for them. So we have a crawler that every 5 seconds is going to print the shareholder registry and to put the shareholder registry on the cloud. So in every moment, our client knows who are the investors and who are the shareholders, because clearly by law he needs to know who are the shareholders in case that he needs to pay dividends or to organize the shareholder meeting. So what are the advantages? And clearly I think the biggest advantage is that if you launch a security token, you don't need to worry about the fact that you have a cryptocurrency or a utility token or a security token. You launch a security token, you know that you are compliant and you know that you can do it. So this is a kind of a peace of mind first. But in general, I would say that the advantages are about the possibility to have access to the crypto market, that is a $2 trillion market, the possibility of decentralization. So you are, as issuer, you have no intermediaries, you have low cost, I would say almost free. The platform is almost free. It means that we only charge the issuer, not the investor, that can use the smart contract freely, and we charge our clients just as a success fee of what they are going to raise on the platform. We have the possibility to offer diversification to investors, because clearly we wanted to bring on the platform new assets that at the moment are totally liquid, like for example real estate or the equity crowdfunding market that does not have a secondary market where you can trade the shares of the company. The platform has low compliance and easy compliance. I would say that without considering eventually the notary where we needed to incorporate the vehicle, the SPV in Switzerland, and without considering external factor from our side, we take in 1 week we are able to provide a smart contract and to have everything set up on the platform. Another advantage that we have is that through smart contract we can completely digitize the life of the company. So this means that, for example, we can provide a smart contract for dividend payment even when there are hundreds or thousands of investors, And also we can provide a digital shareholder meeting where everyone can have access with the token in case that we are speaking about digital equity. I want also to say something about the compliance, because when we speak about security token, maybe one of the most important thing is speaking about the compliance. We are completely in compliance, and this is very important with the Swiss law. We have had a final check by FINMA, so we have a letter that is allowing us to provide this business model. We can also provide public offering in Europe. I was the advisor of Bitbond, for example. I've worked also with Curio, where we have digitized a Ferrari special edition. But in general, when you are looking to launch a security token offering, there are at least 5 points that you want to check. The first one is the KYC AML. That probably is the one that everyone knows, and here you need to pay attention, because depending on the jurisdiction, there is the possibility that you need some special license to provide this service. Like in Switzerland, for example, you need to be supervised by a self-regulatory organization that is also supervised by FINMA in order to provide this type of service. The second point is about the public registry. So in some countries, some financial instrument, they have a public registry. And in that case, because blockchain is another registry, you can't use a blockchain to digitize something that has a public registry in that country. I have seen some equity token offering, for example, launched in Germany, and it makes no sense, because in Germany there is a public registry. You need a notary like in Italy to launch and to transact a security, and you are exposing your investor and yourself to the risk of double spending. Someone could sell the token on the blockchain and could sell also the token with the notary using the public registry. And from the law point of view, the one that has used the notary will prevail on the other one. So this is a risky thing that you need to be considered. The third point is about the public offering. In order to launch a public offering, you need to follow the law of the country where you are going to offer that token. This means, for example, that in Switzerland and in Europe, if you are offering above 8 million francs or 8 million euros, it means that you need to deposit a prospectus, and this prospectus must be authorized by the market authority in that country. This is something that we have already done for Overfuture, that is on our platform. You can check that there is a prospectus deposited. We have done this with the Bitbond. That was the first prospectus authorized in Europe, and in particular in Germany by BaFin. We have done this also with Curio in Liechtenstein. The fourth point is about the security placement. So who is going actually to sell the security to the investor? In some countries, you need this institution, this entity needs to have some license. For example, I think in Dubai you need to be a transfer agent. In US you need to be a broker dealer. In some countries in Europe you need to be a broker dealer. So it's not something where you can just build up a platform and start to sell financial security. It doesn't work like that. Last point is about the exchange. So in Europe and in Switzerland there are two types in general of license. Now in Switzerland there is a third type, and they are an MTF, multilateral trading facility license, an OTF, that is an organizing trading facility license. Now in Switzerland we have the DLT exchange license, or you need to have a letter from the authority where you have been going through, like we did because we started 3 years ago. You have been going through the checks of the authority, so at that point they can check which type of smart contract you have, which type of business model, and so on, in order to be authorized to provide this type of service. So now I will be a little bit faster. Here is about who are our clients and which are our targets. Clearly, the first target is about every security token offering. Now, in the next months, we will start a campaign to offer the secondary market to security token offering in order to onboard them on the platform. But in general, in the long term, we believe that small, medium enterprises can really take an advantage of this new alternative way to raise funds, and small, medium enterprises usually are the companies that are more in financial needs in order to finance and fundraising funds for financing innovation and the company. Then another target that we have is about all the liquid assets that are all around the world. So from real estate, alternative investment like classic cars, arts, and so on. All this can be digitized on our platform in two ways. We can create NFT that can be sold also as a financial investment, or we can securitize these assets in order to create, if we are speaking about high value assets, we can create more tokens for the same asset, like we did with the Curio in Liechtenstein. The last is about the equity crowdfunding. I really believe that an investor that is putting money with equity crowdfunding is more doing a bet than really an investment, because at that point the investment is completely liquid, and he will have to wait or the IPO of the company, or to have a private equity that is going to buy the company in order to liquidate its investment. And this it's a possibility, but it's also a remote possibility sometimes. So this is our proof of concept. You can find this project on the platform. If you go on Etherscan and you write OVF, you can find the digital share of this company that has an articles of incorporation that is natively on the blockchain. It means that in the articles of incorporation of this company is written that the shares are on the blockchain and the shareholder registry is kept on the blockchain. So we are completely in compliance also with the registry of commerce in Switzerland, and everybody, and if the authority needs to know who are the shareholders, is going to check the blockchain and nothing else. This actually is well over future, because this is a company that in Italy is a startup, and the name of the company in Italy is Well. But as I said before, Italy is one of the countries where you have a public registry and you cannot digitize directly the equity. So what we do usually is we create a vehicle in Switzerland, we put the shares of the foreign companies inside the vehicle in Switzerland, so we create a Swiss holding, and then we are going to digitize the Swiss holding, and that's, makes the job. Yeah, we have been featured, even if we have not done a very big marketing campaign, because we were waiting the final check by the authority, but we have been featured in different medias. And maybe you can find the company with the name Eurodax, that was our previous name, then we changed it in EDSX, but if you find something about Eurodax and over future, it's about us. So I conclude. So our plan for the next month is to open the secondary market and to launch a digital coin of the platform that will be like kind of a stable coin, and this will help our investors and issuers. It won't be mandatory, but it can be used as an option to raise fund or to transact the share. Thank you very much, and I hope that you enjoyed.
This is the beauty of such an event. You have expertise and people from all over the world. And we are living in a global economy, so in most of the cases, the limits are only in our minds. And what will happen over a few minutes will make some shifts in your mindset and how you look, hopefully, how you look at the trading, how you look at starting and developing your own portfolio. And we have a very special guest from the Netherlands. He's
an entrepreneur, an educator, and a trader, very specialized in what crypto means. I will stay there in the audience to learn as much as I can from him. Jan Robert Schut, CEO and founder at Crypto Academy. Welcome to Dubai again, and let's see what you've got.
Thank you. Do you have a mic?
The mic is here.
No, but okay. But hand mic. Testing 1, 2. It's too hard. Too loud. This is better maybe. If I'm not clear enough, you can raise your hand. Also, thank you very much for joining us. Also, the online audience. I've seen 500 plus audience, so that's very great. This is symbolic, the bridge. We are Crypto Academy, and I'm CEO and co-founder of Crypto Academy, the Netherlands, and we function as a bridge from the traditional investor to the crypto world. Today I would like to share some insights for regulatory perspective. I have to say this, everything what I am telling the coming 10-15 minutes, I have to tell that this is my idea, these are my expressions, it's not a trading advice, it's purely for education. Well, actually, this is me. I just finished a book in Dutch, and hopefully I will publish it also in English, Spanish, maybe Arabic also one day. But therefore I need some help. Thank you. Well, actually, my background is trader, crypto trader from 2017, but before that I've been trading in options, shares and futures since late 90s and beginning of 2000. And there I was managing risk, and managing risk is very important also in crypto space. Apart from crypto trading, I'm also an educator because I like to give my knowledge to the people. And my question is, who of you are crypto traders? Short-term trading, a few. Who is more crypto investing for the longer term? I think most, yes, thank you. So I will share my insights with you, how you can take a look at the crypto market. There are more than 12,000 cryptos at this moment. So how do you find the needle in the haystack? Well, this is, of course, doing a very much due diligence, analyzing charts, and I'm more a chartist than a fundamental trader, but definitely I'm looking at the fundamentals. I would like to, of course, maybe you know CoinMarketCap. There's one approach, you can scroll down on CoinMarketCap, but what the other approach is, like this, Coin360, there is a market map that you can see how the market is behaving in one glance. It's very helpful. As you can see, almost 50% is the market dominance of Bitcoin, then 17-18% is Ethereum. So almost 2/3 of the market is being dominated by Bitcoin and Ethereum. But it's very nice that you can see that the coins are being divided in categories. And as you can see, this is a snapshot of yesterday, that at this moment, the altcoin market is a little bit under pressure still. But I think that the crypto market will pick up with altcoins sooner or later, but nevertheless, Bitcoin and Ethereum will be number 1 and 2 for a long time. This is a crypto total market cap, including BTC, and then you can see that the high of April, that is 2.5, 2.6 trillion, has been reached almost. It's very important for the total crypto market that it will pick up steam and break the resistance area. If that will happen, then also the altcoins will follow suit. To put in perspective, you can see here, this is a total market cap excluding BTC. It's a little bit different, a slightly different comparison because they have, the crypto market excluding BTC has a little bit trouble to break through the highs of September. Also for the altcoin market, this is including Ethereum. If the market will break the 1.4 trillion, you can pick up. Also what happened recently, also since I'm involved back in 2017, is that the market is crashing always. Not always, but most of the time. And always there is FUD, fear, uncertainty, doubt, and most of the what I noticed is that the Chinese government was saying something, putting restrictions on crypto, and the market crashed again. If you have a longer term view, don't panic and buy the dip, I would say, but also the first, if the market is crashing, the first coins which will pick up, Bitcoin and Ethereum are the first, and then some other altcoins. But this is very important. This is a very important chart, in my opinion. This is a Bitcoin dominance. In the earlier stages of the crypto, where Bitcoin has a market dominance of 100%, because there was only one Bitcoin, one total the crypto market. But then you see that from 2017, it dropped from almost 100% to the low of 2018, give or take 40. And the 40%, as you can see here also this year, is also the low. So that means that the Bitcoin dominance of Bitcoin will be relatively high, I think. It will not drop below 40, because always big institutions, and what also Lady told in the afternoon, institutions are having a scope of the most safer coins, the top 10, top 20, of course Bitcoin and Ethereum. Now the Bitcoin dominance is 40, now 47, but the low is 40, and here's Ethereum almost 18%. And what is very funny is that Ethereum has, in my opinion, a far better use case than Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is more seen as digital gold, as a store of value. But on the top of Ethereum blockchain, there are many dApps, many applications. So in my opinion, Ethereum has also be a part of your portfolio. At least it's in my portfolio. That's very important. But here you can see that dominance of 20% is also a ceiling, a resistance area. But I think that the Ethereum will break the 20% sooner or later. To put in perspective, today the Bitcoin was trading around 57,500, sorry. And it is moving towards the highs of this year. And I think that that if the market will reach the high, and also very important to break the high, my target for Bitcoin will be 100K within, let's say, the first quarter, end of first quarter. I don't want to be too bullish, but as I said, Bitcoin number one still will remain number one. Second is Ethereum. It has a little bit problems with reaching, let alone breaking the 4K level. But if that happens, then 6,000 could be on the charts. And why is that? Because I think that because of the support level of 2,000, as you can see, June, August, this is a very big support area. 2,000, 4,000 is the bandwidth, the upper band. And with a severe breakout of Ethereum, take a look at the next target, 6K. It's not a guarantee, of course, but this is my impression. The thing is that don't rely your portfolio only on Bitcoin and Ethereum. So it's also good, of course, to take a look for other altcoin projects. And what I did is having a kind of API with several exchanges. I've got more than 25 exchanges connected. And this is a snapshot of one of the portfolios. And this is very cool that you can see with Crypto Watch, that you can aggregate your holdings. So for instance, if you have a Binance account, you can connect it, Bitfinex, you name it, and you can aggregate. Because this is one of the problems with the crypto market, that is no single bank account where you have your portfolio holdings. The other thing is, here is CoinStats, is also a very cool feature. Also an aggregator of your portfolio holdings. There's also an insight I would like to give to you. If you're trading in cryptos, take one of the two or both, because not all the features which has CryptoWatch has CoinStats and vice versa. So what is the thing? I think that the thing for a consistent, good return on investment is to create a portfolio for the longer term. Then you can do it by a hodl portfolio, for instance, by Ethereum or Bitcoin for the long term. Then it's also possible to do a kind of DCA strategy, dollar cost averaging, pick some top 20 coins and invest, for instance, 1,000 per coin. And then you divide also these buying periods every month by a certain amount what you can invest and what you are willing to invest. So this is very important. But also the other important strategy, I think, is the exit strategy, because you can buy, of course, but when you never sell, you don't take some chips off the table. So what I always do is after 6-7 months, according to the first in, first out principle, I take profits off the table, leave always something on the table. Swing trading, you can do that for weeks and months, and I use the chart for that for daily and hourly charts, for instance. In this case, I buy coins in one time. So if I like VeChain at 18 cents, I buy them in one time, and then I will sell these coins with 30-40% higher, one portion, leave always something on the table, and the next, for instance, 80-100%. So the exit strategy is very clear, but you can choose your own profit, of course. The thing is that I also know many traders. They say I never take profits, and then they see their profits diminishing very quickly when the market is dropping. And this is key also for the stock traders, because if the stock trader has profit of 10-20%, they say, okay, I will take all the profits. And then, yeah, what happens? Then they miss the move. And so I always recommend sell portions gradually on higher levels. What is the problem with many traders, also newbies, to use too much leverage? Me also, I had the same mistake. I thought, okay, I think that the coin will go 10 times higher, leverage 10 or 50 times. When the market is correcting, it's very dangerous, because you can lose your shirt and you can hurt yourself like this. But it's very important. I remind also, like in the traditional investments, diversify in real estate, for instance, but diversify in crypto, but also within the crypto space, it's also good to diversify in projects. Take a look at interesting projects, and these are my spin-offs of the side bets. If I have some profits with my crypto portfolio, I take some profit and I reinvest in new projects. And also these couple of days, I have seen many interesting projects, so I'm going to invest in some of them. And for you, I don't have to sell anything, because I earn my money with crypto trading, and I offer also free reports. It has written, I've written this report in July. It was an explanation about Cardano, Polkadot, and VeChain, if I'm right. And before that, I have in English, it's in English, not in Dutch, but in English written, with a short introduction about cryptos. So feel free to download it. And who said crypto is very stressful? This is my good friend Harold. He says, I'm 25 and feeling great. Okay, Crypto Academy, our aim is to make golf and the golf hole a little bit bigger, to score one holes, and this is the crypto trading, to make it much easier to score a hole in one time, and with a good, proper management of risk, of course. This is my QR code for my details. So if you're interested to know something more about crypto trading or investing, feel free to contact me. I'm happy to take some questions. Maybe, Adrian, do you have some sharp questions of the audience? Yeah, in front. You're welcome.
It was very straight to the point. When you talk about trading, you mentioned KYC, of course, because when we go to crypto, sometimes we find a lot of scammers. How we can protect ourselves from that? There is any consultancy management who could guide us for any project or assets we're going to put our money? And about the tokens, lately we see a lot of platform. There is a huge competition which is going. So, and we are getting lost between which is a real, which is not real, how we can have the benefit. And the third, due the last 10 days, it was a big shock for the crypto and blockchain. They just suddenly crash out. Why? When is the right moment to sell? When is the right moment to buy? Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. The last question is?
When is the right moment to buy? When is the right moment to sell? And which project can be useful for us?
Very good questions. Don't also have a crystal ball, even not in the Netherlands. But I think it's very good question because there are 12,000 coins plus. So which coin is best? And you never know which coin is the best. I think it's very important if you go to CoinMarketCap and you pick the top 100, for instance, and these are quite safer coins, but these are coins where there's more liquidity and traders are investing in it. And I don't say that you don't have to take a look at the top 500, top 1,000, because Cardano was also top 700. But the thing is, what I'm always doing before I invest in a coin which is already listed on an exchange, I go to CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, and to take a look at what is their market capitalization, what is the background, also the founders, and also I'm take a look at the white paper of their on the website. And approach a project like in real world. How do you approach a company? And always take a look, what is the business model of the project? Where does the money come from? How and has the project, has that use case? And I agree that if there is a use case when it's just for selling, then skip it.
You know what's happened with Mr. Google? You can pay 1,000 and it make you famous and make you brilliant. There is a PR management who can bribe you and
True.
even you are nothing. So how we can be in safe side, even they're listed sometimes, people pay 10,000, they're a broker. They pay $10,000 to any chain of marketing and they make them top 10. Today, what we're facing in blockchain and crypto, especially in the tokens, every 2 days there is a token coming. Everybody making his own tokens.
True.
And then we invest and we say return in 1 year. After 6 months, disappear from the platform. No more platform.
True.
This is a regularization. What we want, transparency and safety. I know there is a lot of good blockchains, company, and tokenizations which are liable. But the problem is we don't have education on that. Today, many people coming to blockchain platform, they want only to make money. They don't know even how they put the money and they wait 2 months up, 3 months up. And after that, we don't know where we are going with this. What is the right school to go to learn how to do our trading, our equity, our investments, because we want to be in safe side. I know blockchain is today, tomorrow is the future.
True.
And blockchain now it's become like a breeding and necessity where we have to learn is a technology which we needed. Even the bank competition is going to that side and they have to put the blockchain system in the back. How you see the future, how you see our education has to be with blockchain. Thank you.
Yeah, very good question. First, go to cryptoacademy.nl, of course, and for education. The thing is that I totally agree that you have to be very careful for investing. I also did some investments also in the past, and I lost thousands or $10,000. Diversify this for sure, because what Mr. Turpin also said, that he did also not invest in certain coin. He thought it was a scam and it went through the roof. The key is always ask yourself, what is the basic need this project is filling? If the answer is no, there is no necessity, and it's just a kind of old phrase, don't invest in that. But always take a look at the fundamentals of the company. Which team is it behind? Always take a look at the team. How is it diversified? The team also diversified? Are there only tech guys? Or are only legal guys? That doesn't work. So you have to have a very nice management team with all expertises, and the advisors. Advisors are nice, but it doesn't say anything. But take always a look at the business model of the project. Does it really fulfill a need? And if not, then the chance is very low that it will succeed. Thanks very much for your very sharp. Okay, thank you.
Do we have more questions? I would like also to ask you something, to explain a little bit in detail the dollar cost average, if you can.
Yes, the dollar cost everything is very straightforward. Suppose you have $1,000, you want to invest $1,000 in one coin. So instead of to buy one coin $1,000, you buy, for instance, in 5 times. So 5 times $200, and every month you buy for $200. And then it doesn't matter when if the market is dropping. So when to buy. There is a question, the answer for the question when to buy. So I have a plan every month on a regular basis, buy for $200. And also when to sell. Okay, when to sell, when it's going up, of course, is easier than to sell part by part. I get also, last time I was in a taxi in the Netherlands, there was one taxi driver, he said, I just invested 6,000 euros in Bitcoin at 60,000. Then I thought, okay, no dollar cost averaging strategy, no strategy at all. I thought, okay, I have to get out of the taxi, but also to get out of my Bitcoin for a part. Thank you very much.
And now we have a very special moment, and I would like to welcome on stage our special guest, Her Excellency Laila Rahal Et Atfani. I believe I pronounced correctly this time, so it's better than last time. Mr. Abdulaziz Ahmed, our very special guests, Mr. Muzamil Amin Nagu and Mr. Benito Elisa, to sign an MOU for future cooperation.
We need a pen. Don't have?
Thank you so much to all of you. We are happy to announce joint venture with Gulf Excellence. Our next event, it will be Women in Blockchain with Sapphire Corporate and BusinessGate. Thank you for the trust. Thank you.
And now I will introduce myself with a keynote about how to start or to develop a crypto portfolio. I tried to fit some ideas which could offer you a pattern and a way of thinking. It took me like 5 years of so many experience and struggles to acquire this knowledge, so I could fit into few ideas, but I found those to be very, very important, especially for non-technical people. So there are things everybody should learn how to do it. If you were here yesterday, there were two ideas shared. One of them that we people can improve. One of the ideas shared today was that we people can improve what we are doing. So, okay. There were two ideas shared yesterday. We humans can improve what we are doing, not just thinking of doing, and the difference between coins and tokens. The coins have their own technology, and the tokens are built on other blockchains. Can you please put the slides? Can we imagine a situation, let's say that you are a millionaire in euros or dollars, and you are in a foreign country, you leave the hotel, you forget to take the phone and the wallet and the cards, you drive almost 200 kilometers between two cities, and suddenly you find out that you have gas only for 20 kilometers. And you still have like 50 kilometers until the next city, but 10 kilometers after that, you find a gas station. So in your life, you are a millionaire, you have a lot of money, but you left the wallets, you left the cards, you left the phone in the hotel, and basically you are at the gas station, you don't have anything with you, and you can also run with the car only 110 kilometers after that. If you didn't have such a situation until that moment, it will be a paradigm change for you, because at that moment you will be a person with no money actually, at the mercy of the people from the gas station, if they want to help you or not. Is it something you can think about it? Can you, from Musamil, the last one sent? Yeah. No. The last one. It's about how to create a portfolio, how to start a portfolio. Yes. Sorry? Not yet. I didn't book a flight to. Okay, so this one. So, of course, the information presented is for entertainment purposes, so it's not investment advice. Can we please go to the next one? So imagine such situations. most of the people, when they say, okay, I want to invest in crypto, I want to enter this market, they say, okay, when I will have this amount, I don't know, $50,000, 100,000, 1 million, I will start investing. But now, because I only have 500, 1,000, now it's too little, so I will not invest. As I've told you before, we can only improve what we are doing. So the soonest you start, even with a small amount, the sooner you will be able to improve. And when you look at any project, think that the white paper is usually written by a marketing company. The sales page of the website is written by a marketer. I'm a marketer. When I create marketing material, I assess very well my market, my target market. I know what these people have in mind. I know their pains. I know their goals. I know what keeps them awake at night. So I make the advertising message to fit that audience. This is how marketing works. This is how advertising works. And it works the same both for ethical and non-ethical projects. So when I'm analyzing a project, I'm looking at three elements. First, the team. And here, with so many events, you have the possibility to meet the team face-to-face, to meet the people, to shake hands with them. On the websites, you will look at many team profiles, but sometimes people are added there without their consent. So you should find them on LinkedIn, you should connect with them, you should try to start a conversation, because I think I said this yesterday also, if a project tends to fail, but if the team is good, they will find a way to pivot it. The second way I'm looking, when I'm looking at a project, so I said, I read the marketing materials, but I don't take necessarily decisions based on that, because usually in the marketing materials are things I want to hear, you know, and I want to look beyond that. The second thing I'm looking, if there is technology innovation. Usually coins, meaning that they are built on new blockchains or on new platforms, on new technologies, they have technological innovation. If there are tokens, I'm looking at the business model. For example, there are DAOs, they have hackathons, they launch other projects, so they have a lot of technology innovation, but not necessarily in the token itself, but in ecosystem, in the ecosystem powering that token. And the third thing, I'm looking for the possibility of mass adoption. We are talking here about Bitcoin, Ethereum, but after 10 years, you still cannot buy bread with Bitcoin at the supermarket, right? Do we have a global adopted currency or not? No. With so many coins, with so many tokens, still. So possibility for mass adoptions means a niche or a market where that coin can become, or token can become dominant. So if you analyze these three things, usually can have at least an average decision. But of course, nothing is guaranteed. In the 20th century, one of the most popular and important entrepreneurs and educators was Jim Rohn. And Jim Rohn, so it's a strategy for the 20th century, so crypto didn't exist then, had a strategy coined by him, called the 3 buckets. When you want to build wealth, you need to do things in a certain way if you want to succeed. And we adults, we learn through analogies. So I wanted to start with using his 3 bucket strategy, and after that to apply it to crypto. So the idea is for you to start and to build what I'm calling a portfolio for any weather. So it doesn't matter if, let's say, Bitcoin will go up and down, if other coins will go up and down, for you to remain in the market, because this is the most important thing. Even if you start with $1,000, is it too stupid if we use this example for $1,000 or not? Do you want to lose? Do you want to use? Do you want me to use another figure? Is okay $1,000? If you know how to manage $1,000, you will be very close to managing well 10,000, 100,000, and 1 million. So that's why $1,000 is a very good example. The rule of 3 buckets said to have one bucket, which is called safety bucket, a second bucket called growth bucket, and the third one called dreams bucket. So I put this 40, 40, 20. It can be any figure here because I want it to go to crypto. So in the first bucket, in the safe bucket, in the 20th century, you could put fiat money, you could put bonds, treasury titles, so things which are very liquid. They have very little return on investment, but you can use them anytime. So this is the safety bucket. The second bucket was for stocks, usually. Stocks and CFDs and other things with a higher volatility. And the third one is the dreams bucket, where you say, okay, I'm buying a boat, I'm buying a nice car, I'm buying a condo, not an investment property. An investment property could be in the second bucket, right? And what happened, let's say, in the growth bucket, I had a stock of a company, let's say, growing 100 times, right? So let's say I put there, I don't know, $100 with 200 times were $20,000, right? 2 with 4 zeros. I'm taking some money from the growth bucket, and what I'm doing with that? I'm putting back some of the profits in the safe bucket. I'm reinvesting the growth bucket some of the money, and the rest I'm putting in the dreams bucket. So the dreams bucket is funded from money I make in the growth bucket and little money from the safety bucket. Do you follow? Can you follow? Was I clear? It's very important. And following this strategy for the 20th century was a very good thing. And we know, and the statistics are, because life is not fair, the statistics are that 2% of the people own 98% of money, businesses, and assets on Earth. And the rest of 98% fight for the 2% remaining. If you give the same amount of money to all the people, unfortunately, after 2 years, these percentages will become the same. As I told earlier, you can use social media to look for cats, or you can use social media to learn from people like Michael Turpin, to follow very important people like our special guests here, and you will see what they are posting about other people. They are saying something, you will learn things which are not accessible to everybody, you know? Because still, many people will say, okay, instead of watching a training about money, I want to watch a movie on Netflix, like Squid Games or something like that, which, by the way, is heartbreaking. So I couldn't see anything there. How do we translate this to crypto? Because this is the objective of our session. Let's say that we have $1,000. Are we okay with $1,000? So let's say the 3 buckets, we have $400, $400, and $200. Is it okay? Easy to be digested? in crypto, which could be the safe bucket? By the way, how can you lose in crypto? My strategy is called the asset strategy. So I don't use leverage, I don't use margin, so I bet on asset. So let's say if I buy $100 worth of Ethereum, it doesn't matter if it goes up or down, I will have a certain quantity of Ethereum, you know? So I don't really care short term if the price is up or down. So in the safety bucket, usually I create the safety bucket based on the top 10 coins or tokens at that moment. Because those ones are the most, not necessarily stable, because there is volatility there, but the risk for them to disappear is very low, correct? For the coins in top 10, the risk for them to disappear tomorrow is very low. I can lose the money here if, let's say, the platform disappears, the exchange is hacked, or if the funds in my wallet are stolen. The initial objective with $1,000 is to protect the capital, and after that, to grow the capital. So my first objective is to not lose the funds, to be wiped out from the market. Am I clear on that? If I lose you, please let me know. So in the safety bucket, I buy, I don't know, I can have 2, 3, 5 from top 10. In the second bucket, in the growth bucket, I'm putting, based on my own research, projects which could be interesting, but I'm using the same model. So I'm buying and I'm holding those coins. Or I'm buying and I'm staking those coins to produce like an interest for me, you know? The interest is from the usual fiat money world. Here, let's say I will have the money split it into, I don't know, 5, 6 positions. It happens here because it's a growth bucket. It has huge volatility, but also a bigger potential of return than in a safe bucket, you know? Like, let's use an example, Solana. Let's say that we've put Solana in the growth bucket at $7 and now it's 130, right? I can keep the money in Solana, or I can sell, I don't liquidate all positions, so I sell 50% or 75% of Solana. In USDT, I put some money back in the safe bucket from the first positions, from the most stable, and also I buy other coins or tokens from in the growth bucket. What do I do in the dreams bucket? This is the exercise bucket. Why not putting $50 of SHIB, for example? You will say, yes, SHIB is a meme coin. Why should I do something here? Because if SHIB disappears, I will lose $50, right? Will I be wiped out from the market? No, I will not lose the whole portfolio. But from February to May, SHIB grew like 150 times, meaning that you could have transformed $50 into $5,000. What do you do when something like that happens? You sell, if you want, you sell 50% of SHIB or 75%, you put back money in the safety bucket, you invest in other coins in the growth bucket, and maybe you do some margin trading if you want, or do something else. Exactly. Avoid putting everything in one asset, because you could be liquidated like that. And the leverage can wipe you out due to many things out of ordinary, because when let's say, in 5 minutes, we will close this. When it was the day Bitcoin was adopted in El Salvador, everybody expected the price to go up. You know? So they put leverage trading, hoping that the price will go up. But the reality was the price went down like almost $10,000. What happens in this moment? Usually for a few hours, the most important exchanges, you can't log in there. They have errors. And you can't close the positions, or you can't add margin to the positions. And in those moments, usually, you see a drop of 10,000, but the graphic is like that. So both buy and sell orders are liquidated. You can't win as a small guy. The exchange wins. And usually you can log in only after a few hours when a lot of positions are liquidated. Look, on internet there are lawsuits issued by a lot of people combined against Binance exactly for that. Because even funds, they are playing with investors' money, betting on things they can control. Or say, okay, Bitcoin will go up based on technical analysis. Elon Musk says something else. Bitcoin goes down, everything crashes. If you put $100 in Bitcoin, if it goes up, you will have $120. If it goes down, you'll have $50. You don't lose until you sell, but you will have the same quantity from that asset, and you can buy portions of it. You need to understand greed and fear. Greed, when price goes up, everybody wants there, and usually the beginners are entering in the market before a huge correction. And fear when price goes down and the weak hands are selling, and when the big guys are buying the dip, as it was mentioned in the previous panel. You need to understand bull and bear cycles, when to buy, when to sell. Usually when there is a new all-time high for a coin or a token, a correction is coming, or can go up even higher than that, but there is a correction coming. So you need to sell partially or totally for USDT, not for Bitcoin, for USDT, because it's like you have $100 in Bitcoin, the price is doubling, so when you sell, you will have $200, correct? If Bitcoin goes down, you will buy a bigger quantity of Bitcoin with the same dollars amount. This is one way to multiply. Also, if you keep holding coins and tokens, you can put them staking and farming to earn passive income. And at the end of the day, you have to manage the risk. How I'm doing when I have a huge gain from one coin or one token, some of the earnings I'm putting in stocks, not in cryptos, because the stocks are less volatile than crypto. And I have like, my portfolio is like 60% is in stocks and 40% is crypto. This is, it worked very well for me. Other people have 50-50, or other people have 100% in stock, in crypto. It's everybody's choice. You can reward it by meme culture, because we are in the era of TikTok. People are able to look for hours to other people scrambling on TikTok. So they put money on stupid things. I'm a marketer, so I'm looking at these trends, you know, but I will not put all portfolio on that. But in the 20%, in the dreams bucket, I can allocate something. If it goes wrong, I will lose 5% of the portfolio, but I will not be wiped out from the market. How to find new projects before others? If you go to CoinGecko, is the top recently listed projects on CoinGecko. There you can find every day dozens of new projects, but you have to study them. And if you buy NFTs, and the idea is to earn money from them, ideally you have to buy them at the mint price, because at least in theory, that one is the minimum price for that NFT. And look for, as mentioned before, for non-fungible assets where the token is connected to the asset. In the past, it was said, don't keep the money on the exchanges because if you don't own your private keys, you don't own your coins. But if you keep them in a wallet, and if the wallet is hacked, nobody can help you. If you keep some funds in an exchange, if that exchange is hacked, usually most of the big exchanges, they have funds for such situations. And I think, if we are looking at Binance, for example, is almost as safe as a bank. And don't forget that any transaction on blockchain is not reversible. So if you ever send funds to somebody saying that it will send you double or triple back, it will not happen. And you can't reverse that transaction as you do with the card transactions. And a statistic in the market said holding long-term tends to beat trading. And don't take advice from influencers. If they are mentioning a coin, study it. Because usually either they are paid in that coin for saying something, or they are part of the project, or they buy at the beginning, and when the crowd is buying, they are selling as pump and dump schemes. So I hope that I was able to give you some ideas. If you apply them, you will be ahead of 75% of the people. There are disclaimers in all platforms. In average, 75% of people don't make any money on these platforms with stocks or with cryptos. So if you follow these and if you improve what you are doing, you will be in the first 25%. But there is work involved. You need to allocate time, energy, and as Tony Robbins says, information is just potential power. It becomes really power only when it is applied. Thank you very much. Hopefully, I was able to give you some insights about that. Thank you. It is open.
We have to trade, make money, and wait a benefit. But we don't see a risk, we don't know how to.
The academy exists, but let me know when to have that session and I will present it. Just let me know the date, the place, how to do it, and I will do it. Of course. And because I remained on the stage, I want to welcome our friend from Mauritius, Mr. Benito Elisa, head of partnership at The Trawler.
Hello. Okay, it's better. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Benito Elisa. I've been meeting, I think, all of you. I am from Mauritius, a tiny island in the Indian Ocean, and we speak French, English, and other language too there. And I'm part of Gulf Excellence team, right? We organize lots of events in several countries. And also, I have my own business in Mauritius, which is called Wakanda 4.0. We do lots of tech development, website, e-commerce platform, API integration. We develop tokens, smart contracts, DEX, SEX, all these we can develop. We are the enabler, right? We do it on Ethereum and BSC. And for today, I'm representing the trawler. The founder has not been able to make it, so I'm going to talk a bit about the trawler. So the trawler is an NFT ecosystem, and also the coin will be a meme coin. So this is a good example, my friend Adrian, where a meme coin will have a purpose. So the trawler art project is a full ecosystem where they want to promote all the works of different artists worldwide. So I'm just going through. Okay, so it is considered as the father of all meme coin, and the goals is to create a unique meme coin that will stay for long, to help NFT artists get exposure and grow popularity, to bring entertainment to NFTs and help with mass adoption, to bridge entertainment, to bridge between artists and big brands seeking exposure to NFT, to introduce the revolutionary art blockchain fashion, where when each item will be sold, the artist, the designer, will receive a part of it to score royalties. To provide community and artists with passive income for life, and to ensure wealth distribution, income distribution to more people, to offer the NFT collectors the highest quality of NFT, to offer the best coin tokenomics for deflationary token with a forbearance mechanism. So the founder of the trawler, which is Mr. Yassin Mazrara, is based in Morocco, and he has taken the engagement to organize big, huge NFT competition every year, and to bring all the best NFT artists together. So all the coin holders, it will be done through a democratic process where all the coin holders will be able to vote for their best NFTs on the platform. So in terms of the rewards, the winner will win 1 Bitcoin. The second, 10,000 USD, and the third winner will win 5,000 USD. And now, in terms of the technology infrastructure, so the trawler NFT platform ecosystem will be multi-chain. We will start with Binance Smart Chain, and then it will be integrated with Polkadot, Cardano, and Ethereum. But Ethereum, it is Ethereum 2.0. So that's it. It is it. And then, in terms of the objectives of the founder of the trawler, he wants to bring the trawler among the best free coin. So we already have Dogecoin and Shiba Inu, but the trawler wants to be among the free best meme coin. But this one, it is a meme coin with a purpose on an NFT ecosystem. So I'm going to play a video just to summarize the project. Please.
So why is the Trawler the most innovative NFT project, and why should you get involved? The Trawler offers the most complete ecosystem, combining artists, NFTs, competition, users, fun, sponsors, NFT collectors, blockchain e-commerce, and rewards for all. Now, let's discover what plans the Trawler has in store. 1. The first NFT entertainment marketplace. The Trawler is the first competition NFT marketplace tournament style, bringing talented NFT artists to compete in order to create the best NFTs for our guests, giving the chance to all talented artists to showcase their skills with big exposure to the NFT community in order to help them grow their popularity and their fan base.
To make things even more exciting, the Stroller platform will host a yearly event combining all artists who have won at least one competition in order to compete in the biggest NFT event and give the award the best NFT artist of the year. Let's check out the Stroller competition process where the top NFTs go head-to-head. Step by step. 1. Announce the guest or the brand for the competition. 2. Receive NFT applications. All NFT applications will be via lazy linting for all pre-selection, and only the top voted NFTs will go live in the Stroller competition. 3. First round with the top 100 NFTs that pass the pre-selections. 4. Second round, top 50. 5. Semi-final, top 25. 6. Final, top 10. Announce the top 3 winners. 7. The Troller Museum Open. 8. Troller NFT holders for early access. If you have this NFT, you'll get 24 hours early access to bid and buy NFTs after the final competition results are out. 9. Open the merch marketplace. Calling all NFT artists. Come on, join the Troller first competition for a chance to win 1 Bitcoin artist and many other rewards. The Troller judges are in the NFT community. 2. The first bridge between big brands and NFT artists community. Recently, all big brands are trying to get exposure to NFTs. We've seen Coca-Cola doing an NFT, Visa Card buying an NFT, and Louis Vuitton announced an NFT game. So instead of brands making an NFT with a single artist, and that's it, we can organize a full month event with all our registered artists competing through multiple selection rounds, voted on by the NFT community in order to create the best top 3 NFT artists for that particular brand.
Okay, thank you. And just to tell you that the private sale has already been done, and actually there is the pre-sale which is ongoing. So thank you very much. Hi.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
To Mr. Abdulaziz.
Please come on stage. After that. Mr. Sandeep Mehta will offer an award to Mr. Abdulaz Ahmed. Thank you very much for your contribution to our event. Thank you very much. Our event, it's a wrap, and yes, see you in the next edition of DeFi Investment Summit in Dubai. And also we see you at the new events which were just announced today. And thank to our lovely guests. Yes. It will be a dream job, you can imagine.
Thanks.
Yes. So the session is closed. Thank you very much for participation. Always the ones who are staying until the end will have the first mover advantage. Thank you very much.